And good morning, everyone, and thank you so very much for being part of Saturday's edition of Creative Juneteenth here with SUBSUME. My name is Dejan Sneed. I'm the founder and creator of SUBSUME Media here in Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you so very much for your time and opportunity to connect. And this is our Creative Juneteenth show. And again, for those who are just now joining us and want to know a little bit more about ourselves and who we represent, SUBSUME is a creator-based platform here in Atlanta, Georgia, a humble startup whose intersection is the intersect of technology, creativity, and community. And we look to champion marginalized voices through technology, through story, and through opportunities to connect with the people that we seek to vibe with and seek to share our shared cultures and futures together. And again, my name is Dejan Sneed, and we have a fantastic lineup of people here for our service today. And again, Creative Juneteenth is our point of appreciation, where we want to learn more about how we can not only appreciate the historical context of this celebrated holiday, but now look to honor that by celebrating our own shared futures in a way that we can champion freedom from a creative standpoint. And of course, we look at freedom from the point of technology, also look at the freedom from story and from historical context to shape our own legacies, as well as the entrepreneurial spirit to build and be a part of our shared economic successes. And with that, I wanted to bring on someone to help me talk about what we see as a shared tomorrow, as being able to create and make a sustainable space for ourselves. Now, SUBSUME has been privileged to have a lot of nice connectivity and shared experiences with a lot of entrepreneurs, but I really wanted to bring on someone here right before we start our show at the top of the hour to talk about how building legacy through business, building legacy through agency, and building a new renaissance of a particular future, not just here in Atlanta, but for creatives, particularly creators of color, who are looking to build businesses and looking to build themselves into the points of tomorrow. And with that, I wanted to bring to the stage, the founder of Goody Nation that helps not-for-profits make change for good. And I felt like this was a great opportunity to share a morning, just a couple of minutes with someone I admire, someone who I can absolutely say from a SUBSUME standpoint, as a entrepreneur and as someone that wants to see the next renaissance of education and tech for good. That I'm gonna let this gentleman let me let this man on the stage before I keep rambling. Joey Womack of Goody Nation, how you doing today, sir?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good.
Sir, pleasure. And thank you so very much. Just wanted to take one moment to share Goody Nation's vision and how we're talking about Juneteenth and this idea of freedom. But for a lot of us, economic freedom in the way that we see businesses and, in the centennial commemorance of Tulsa and Black Wall Street, what can we, and I just want to first off, thank you for your work and kind of say, what do you see for the next 100 years of innovation for not-for-profits, particularly for businesses of color?
No, that's a great question. I mean, even on a day like today, I think about, what it means, and I think it's an opportunity for us to step into the shoes of those ancestors to try to experience what they were thinking on that day, right? So if we step into the shoes, we know as creatives, we create user personas and things of that nature. So imagine what they felt like on that day. I think it's an opportunity to do two things: for them to reflect on those that never even made it over to the United States or to North America, those that never even left the continent. They were brought over in chains. They never even made it onto the boat. There were those that made it onto the boat and didn't make it over. And then there were those who made it over, but didn't see freedom, right? And so I think there's a lot of reflection going back. I also think that they were looking to the future, to your point. I think two things come to mind. One, that there is a lot of work to be done to overcome the barriers that they were experiencing. But I also think they thought that there are endless possibilities. there's possible, because I now have freedom and I haven't, in some cases, many of them had never experienced in their entire lifetime. They were able to paint a future, to paint a picture in their mind about what could be, and also what could be for their children and for their children's children. So I think that the question is, what will your story be? And as creatives, as entrepreneurs, we are the people who are tasked with creating the future for our people, quite honestly. And so the question is, what does the next 100 years look like? I think it's interesting because in one hand, software is eating the world. Mm-hmm. And I think it's gonna, and I'll just stop here, but I think it allows for people who are used to making something out of nothing to thrive. And that's what we do as a people, quite honestly. That's what we do as a people.
No, so well said. And again, why I brought this young gentleman to the stage is the eloquence by which we're looking at bringing our economic freedom, as part of that, and entrepreneurial spirit that, I think to your point, our ancestors were built and, built not only this nation, but built the spirit for this legacy to continue on. I think the legacy of places like Greenwood and Black Wall Street and the Harlem Renaissance and civil rights, show, to your point, that we're able to build our freedom, brick by brick as we move along. And I think this is just another great opportunity for us to honor that legacy, not only with Creative Juneteenth, but with the work that we do every day by creating our stories and our legacy. So again, perfect as I anticipated. Appreciate it. Joey, can you tell us just in a quick synopsis about Goody Nation and where we can follow the work of founders like yourself and the opportunities ahead to shape this future?
Sure. Yeah. So Goody Nation, we're based in Atlanta, but we're a national nonprofit that supports tech-focused social entrepreneurs and diverse founders. We're focused on what we call the relationship gap. And so we're hyper-focused on making connections for those that are making the world a better place, and also to diverse founders, to coaches, to sources of capital, and also to customers. So you can find us online at goodynation.org, GOODIE, nation.org, and also follow us on social media at Goody Nation.
Absolutely. And thank you so very much. Joey, again, a pleasure. Obviously, we will be following and working forward with the great folks at Goody Nation. And again, just a conversation to be continued. Thank you so very much, sir.
Thank you. Have a great day. Peace.
Sure. Thank you. Again, that was Joey Womack with Goody Nation that brings together non-for-profits that are looking to make a positive impact in social innovation. Pleased to announce that SUBSUME and our program of SUBSUME Media has been invited to be a part of Goody Nation in that sense. So again, we'll be talking more about the opportunities of our humble startups here in future conversations today and forward. So again, we're thankful for that. Wanting to honor Juneteenth, not only as the point of it being a federal holiday, but for a lot of people, we wanted to bring in the experts to help us talk about not only what historically Juneteenth means, but at the same time, give us a reflection of what this means for us forward from a point of not only celebration, but as a point of innovation. And with that, the Schomburg in the Schomburg Museum in Harlem, I wanted to bring in a couple of scholars to help us identify the holiday, but also make sure that we have the right appreciation for its past and how we can be a part of the legacy building forward to the future. So we'd like to bring those scholars to the stage right now as we get in, and again, likewise, give a chance to give them their proper introductions. So with that, we'll go right into that part of the show. So one moment, we'll go ahead and bring them to the stage. Oh, good day. Again, I can't help but smile when I see this young lady, and I'm happy to be introduced to Dr. Reed, but Katia to Tubman and Dr. Shamari Reed. Good morning to y'all. How are y'all doing today?
Good morning. It's so good to see you.
Good morning. Absolutely. So I know that I'm going to be enlightened and empowered whenever I see you, Katia, too. So again, I appreciate your point this morning. And I know obviously you're in great company with Dr. Reed. So I'd love to, versus me, I'm always thankful for folks to give themselves their proper credit. So I'm going to turn this part over to you to allow yourself and Dr. Reed to tell us, as we look here at the 10 o'clock hour, to talk about innovation, but also from the historical context of exactly what Juneteenth means. Because again, I'm like for myself, I'm very thankful that we have this point of recognition, but want to make sure that we start our series off by having a true understanding of the legacy of Juneteenth. And I thought of no one better than you two. So again, this beginning panel it'll be We Free Ourselves, Juneteenth and the Legacy of Black Innovation. So with that, I will turn the stage over to you two and allow you to speak forward from there.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Can y'all hear me? I just want to make sure I'm coming in well.
Yes,
all right, there we go. So good morning, everyone. I want to start by just introducing myself. My name is Katie Tubman, and I'm the Manager of Education Programs at the Schomburg Center in Harlem, New York. And I am Director of a Junior Scholars Program at the Schomburg Center. My work focuses a lot on liberation, particularly Black liberation, and working with young people so that they can understand their history and use it to empower their futures, their dreams, their aspirations, and ultimately themselves. So I think how fitting it was to just have this as a part of SUBSUME's summit. I'm so excited to be joined here by Shamari Reed, Dr. Shamari Reed. I'm a huge fan of Dr. Shamari Reed's work. And I'll introduce you, Shamari, but I would love for you to, of course, share your values, your points of entry for this work and what you're passionate about. And then we'll get into the presentation and the more conversations afterwards. So this presentation is called We Free Ourselves, Juneteenth and the Legacy of Black Innovation. We really wanted to center this around humanities, around history, around education, as Dr. Shamari Reed and I are both educators who love teaching Black history and Black culture. Following Dr. Reed's presentation, there will be a talk back between myself, Dedrin Sneed, and Shamari, and any of our viewers. We want you to know you can ask questions. We want you to feel engaged. This is a learning thing. This is like call and response. We are in that kind of work, okay? So now as we get into it, I want to introduce Dr. Shamari Reed. Dr. Shamari Reed is an incoming assistant professor of critical studies. Listen, we can go on about like critical and critical race in this conversation, but I'll save that for later. Assistant professor of critical studies and education at the University of Oklahoma. His specific research interests include Black youth agency, the role of critical love in education, and transformative teacher education. I'll allow Dr. Shamari Reed to take it away from here.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Let's make sure my sound is on, right? And so the same little thing, if you can hear me, let me know. I'm going to attempt to share my screen, and this is a new platform for me, y'all, and it's also kind of early. I was up cooking for a Juneteenth celebration today, and so I was up till 4:30 a.m. baking cookies because I also cater on the side, specifically any event that sort of celebrates and honors Blackness, and I do it for free or at a discount price. It's a way that I give back. Food is love. You know, food is a conversation that we're always having. So I'm gonna try to share my screen. Let me see if I can do this correctly. Here we go. Okay, let's try it. I think this is working. So you all let me know if you can see the screen. Yes.
So I can see the tab. Yeah.
You see the tab, but you don't see the screen.
There we go. Yes, there we go.
That's better?
Yes, I see Dr. Toni Morrison.
Of course. And when I go into presentation mode, do you lose that access? So if I click present right now, do you lose access?
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, okay. Apparently we're good. It says exit full screen. So I'm not sure why that happened.
Okay. So it's good?
Try going back out again.
Okay.
So we can see it when it's like this. I'm not sure why it's like.
Okay. That's fine. And do you think people can read it when it's like this? As you're able to see everything?
I can see it clear.
Okay, let's dive in. Let's jump in. Let's talk about Juneteenth. Let's talk about Black innovation. Let's talk about the legacy. Let's talk about what it means to free ourselves. And so as I thought about today, I wanted to do something different, y'all. I wanted to push myself. I wanted to challenge myself. I really wanted to sort of take up this call that I really feel like Dejan and SUBSUME have put out around creativity and around innovation. And so I scrapped my whole first presentation, which was really walking through this sort of historical legacy of Juneteenth. And I was like, let me get creative. And what about if I sort of fuse all of that into some creative thing that sparks a conversation? And so I'm titling this Everything Can't Be for Sale. And so, again, go with me here. It's going to feel a little abstract, and that's all right. That's all right. That's all right. And at the end, of course, I'll share just a little bit about what I've come to know about Juneteenth, especially growing up in Oklahoma City, which is not far from Texas. My family is also in Galveston. And so sort of how I grew up sort of honoring Juneteenth and its legacy. But I wanted to have a conversation with you all first. And so for the first time ever in a presentation, I'm actually going to read some creative things to you all, and then after share a little bit, and then we'll engage in a conversation. It won't take long, but let's go. This ain't about music. Dear us, I heard the harmonious melodies reminiscent of a revolution. We sang before them. Our music predates producers. Our precious ears are enough. Wider rotations aren't a synonym for freedom. But this ain't about music. We sing. We always have. They try to silence us. They always have. We sang anyway. We sing anyway. They try to keep us from their language and cleave from us the language of our foremothers. But we created our own lyrics. New lyrics, well, kind of new, but with an old feel. Composed our own songs. We are the tempo. Blackness be the hook and the timbre. Our resistance became the beat. We substituted our joy for instruments and our blood functioned as interludes. We composed our own songs. Songs that remind us of the peace and joy in our lives, that keep the peace and joy within us until it's time to be released in harmonious melodies. Songs that document our existence. Songs that keep us here. Songs that only we hear. Songs that only we know. Songs we cannot sell. But this ain't about music. We can't sell all of our songs hoping that people who aren't us hear and validate them, especially when these songs are what bring us peace and joy and function as our lives, which are much too big for a soundtrack. If we keep selling our songs for temporary external acceptance, eventually we'll end up with no music. Then what are we gonna do? What will we sing? Where will our peace and joy live? It might seem like the end of the world, that they can't or won't hear our songs, but imagine if we couldn't hear or sing them. Might that then be the end of the world? But this ain't about music. And so what happens when the lyricist is us? The vocals, us. Additional vocals, us. Assistant mixers, us. Associated performers, us. Composers, us. The swag is always us. But when the producer is them, what it results in is us with no integrity and maybe a check for $100K, but them having unlimited money, power, and control. In a few years, they'll start charging us to perform our own music and charging our children to listen to their own legacy. They'll present our music as theirs, leading our successors to believe they are musicless. And believing they are musicless, our successors will, until the day when they engage in conversations with their ancestors and they'll hear harmonies. I heard their harmonious melodies reminiscent of a revolution. We sang before them. Our music predates producers. Our precious ears are enough. Wider rotations aren't a synonym for freedom. But this ain't about music. Juneteenth and Black Innovation is our song, y'all. It is music. It's one of so many songs, an album that we've created that is endless. It is our response to what some might call an accident or a mistake, but what we know is anti-Blackness and violent and dangerous. But instead of only responding to that accident with frustration and anger, we created music, as we always do. The innovation lives within us. The genius lives within us. The brilliance lives within us. And it's easy for us to let it out. And so what do I mean by we responded to an accident with Juneteenth as a song? And so really quickly, I want to walk through this timeline. And I also want to point out that our story does not stop or start at 1619. It's a number that we've seen. It's a year that we've seen, especially this year. We think about the violence that has been inflicted upon Nicole Hannah-Jones, right, for the 1619 Project. But I want to remind us that our story starts before that. Before 1619, of course, we know there was love and community and the continent and joy and family and life and so many beautiful things. But we also have to recognize that in 1619, right, there were these ships that arrived at Virginia, right, this colony of Virginia, with the sort of first enslaved Africans. And so many people sort of cite 1619 as the beginning of American slavery. Then I want to move forward. And of course, there was organizing, there was struggle, there was war. But in January 1st, the midnight, 1863, we got the Emancipation Proclamation. And I want to make sure that we credit us. I want to make sure that we credit our work and our organizing, and that we don't credit one person who signed some legislation. It's us. We did that. And so on January 1st, 1863, at midnight, you had Black people gathered around to hear this decree, this proclamation, that all enslaved people in the Confederate States, this is important, were declared legally free. And this news came on January 2nd, 1863. But what happens when this legislation is only extended to spaces and places that were not under Confederate control? And so when you have the western part of Texas under very strict Confederate sort of control and governance, it takes a few years. And they'll say that the message didn't reach them. They'll call it an accident. They'll call it a mistake. They'll say that something got lost in translation or in movement. I'll call it anti-Blackness. Because it takes 2 more years. It takes until June 19th, 1865, where you have around 2,000 Union troops finally arrive to Galveston. I'm talking about Galveston, Texas, by the way, to announce that the more than 250,000 enslaved Black people there were free. And how do we respond to that? Was there frustration? Absolutely, of course. Was there anger? Absolutely. But we created music. Juneteenth, the way that we always do. And then, of course, we know that on June 16th, 2021 of this year, we have this another signature, which I don't want to credit to Joe Biden. I want to talk about us, and specifically a Black woman who advocated for years and years and years for this celebration to be recognized as a national holiday. And so here we are in this moment where we have Juneteenth. We've always had it, right? We've always sang, but now it's being recognized as a national holiday. And so what does it mean for us? And that is where I want to have this conversation. And so hopefully you all are sort of submitting questions and thoughts and comments. I know the beginning that I shared around music wasn't really about music, and it might have seemed abstract, but it really does represent my viewpoints. I am not neutral. I won't pretend to be. I think we are beautiful. I think we're amazing. I think we're incredible. But I also know that everything we create can be for sale. Juneteenth is one of our songs that we cannot sell. And so Juneteenth in many places looks like this. I mean, I grew up going to parades. And so I grew up in Oklahoma City. And on the east side, we would always go to these parades. And what I remember the most is the music and the dancing, but they would throw candy out. And as a young person, that was everything for me. I would look forward to that all year, that I could go to this parade that we actually call Independence Day where I'm from. We call it Juneteenth, of course, but we actually call it our Independence Day. And we get together and there's music and there's food and there's candy being thrown out to the young kids. And it's just so much hope and so much music and so much love. I know that some folks also do cookouts. There are also marches. Some folks gather to play games. There's always storytelling. Some of my friends yesterday was telling me that they do red foods. And I hadn't thought about that before. We do, like red velvet. Of course, the drinks are red. I never knew why until I began reading that red is to symbolize the blood of our ancestors. And so even in this celebration, even in this song, there is so much history on, so much of our legacy, and so much innovation. And so I just have a few photos here of some celebrations. And then here is one that I'll actually be at today for anyone around New York City. And it's a conversation between what does it mean to have Jubilee and Juneteenth and Pride Month. And so it's a celebration of Black queer and trans people and Black queer and trans liberation. And so I just sort of put that there to sort of pause and sort of reflect on what does it mean for Juneteenth to be one of our songs? And what does it mean to now be recognized as a national holiday? And then where do we go next? And so I want to stop there, though, and I want to have the conversation as we think about what comes next now that we've had this thing signed into legislation. What are the affordances, but also what are the dangers?
That's excellent, Shamari. I can count on you to just take it to that place. I think it speaks to just SUBSUME and the idea of innovation, especially Black innovation, that you were able to say, you know what, the spirit called me and told me to scrap that whole idea and just lean on my creativity and bring it, and you brought it. So I just want to applaud you for bringing that into this space and reminding us that we can always change our plans. Like, we can change our minds, we can be creative and try new things. And I totally understood. I immediately thought of Dr. Imani Perry's work around, she does a lot of work around our Black songs. She's written a I blanked out for a bit on our Black national anthem. You bringing that into context is extraordinarily powerful. So I thank you for that grounding. In terms of, so let's go into more about the history. I think, what has happened in this past week with this holiday, this event becoming a national holiday we've discussed this, has been like so fast. It's we haven't even had a minute to just sit and think about what's happening. We know now people are getting days off of work. It was so immediate and so fast that we haven't been, a lot of us who aren't steeped in that history may lose out on the historical context and why it's such a huge and important idea. I was talking to some friends from middle school, and we were fortunate enough to learn about Juneteenth in Brooklyn, New York, because we had an ethnic studies educator. And I'm talking about ethnic studies because, ethnic studies, like critical race theory, has been under attack for the past 20 or so years. Yeah. And so we were just talking about how fortunate it was in like New York City to learn about this history, but we never really participated in those events, and how Juneteenth is a very locational, geographical type of thing, like going to, like you said, Oklahoma, Texas, Georgia, the South. Can you talk more about how you were taught about Juneteenth, like how it was brought into your household and how you grew up on it? And, I just want to know more about that history.
Absolutely. And so I am so fortunate, y'all, that I spent the first 18 years of my life in an all-Black community. And I don't think a lot of folks know that when they think about places like Oklahoma. I think now we're sort of learning as we think about Tulsa, right? And we think about the massacre that appeared, that people are like, oh, they got Black folks in Oklahoma? Yeah, a lot of us. And the segregation is very, very real. And so we can grow up only seeing us. And some people would complain about that. I loved it. Because what it meant is that I grew up with everything being centered around Blackness. And so that's why I had Toni Morrison on my first slide. Later, I learned the language of a white gaze and the Black gaze. But I grew up feeling that. And so in my house, when we talked about Black people or Juneteenth, it was never as a response to white people. That wasn't even part of the conversation, as Toni Morrison says. There was a whole life that we were having when they weren't even looking. And so I learned about Juneteenth as a celebration. I did not learn, that white people had done this and that and the other thing. It was like, Black people are amazing. We're incredible. We're dope. We create music. And I mean more than just music. I mean, we create. It is something that is in all of us. And so my first sort of interactions with it was as a young child, going to the parade, they called the East Side Parade, on Juneteenth, and starting at we call the Ralph Ellison Library, and sort of going down the street. And they would be dancing and singing, and we called it our Independence Day. And so what I think is so important about that is it shows how collective we are.
Right.
That we don't sort of acknowledge independence until we all had it. Right? To say that this is our Independence Day, because this is the day in which then we could all enjoy freedom and liberation. And so I learned about it as a collective thing. I learned about it as a way that we love each other. I learned about it as a celebration of joy. And then later, once I went to undergrad and, white people came into my life literally, but also you had the white gaze now being centered. We talked about white violence and white destruction and enslavement and also Jim Crow and other things. And I was like, oh, okay. But that was kept away from me. And what was centered was Black joy.
That is powerful.
It's incredible. I'm so grateful now as an adult, like, my community really saved me from thinking and reducing us all the way down to what has been done to us by white people. I was able to think about what have we done for ourselves as a people. And I think that is a conversation that we don't have enough, which is why I wanted to sort of start with that that piece around this isn't really about music, is because I don't think we talk about enough how creative we are,
right?
How incredible we are, and how sometimes though we don't, I don't think, value enough our own ears, and that we'll say that if it's not a national holiday, we'll say that if it's not nationally recognized, then it doesn't matter. But what do we lose when we sell it?
And we've made it, and the best part, which, thank you for that, because we've also made it matter but when people weren't looking. So I think about, there was so much in there that's just incredible we can go off of. But as a history educator, so I spend a lot of my work centering Black youth and their education. And I take very much care about how I frame their history, just how, what you're saying, like how we talk about our past and how we talk about enslavement, how we talk about white violence, how we talk about our humanity, our just knowing that we are valuable and we know what we know to be true. So I always start with that idea with my students. And even as a history educator, even more so when I talk about slavery and enslavement, like you're saying, a lot of times where one of the myths about Juneteenth is that we wait, like the people are waiting to be freed. And that we had to, and that, abolitionists who are oftentimes, most of our research on abolitionists are written by white people. Right. A lot of times abolitionists, we have like Frederick Douglass and of course Harriet Tubman, but we frame abolition around like very much whiteness coming in and saving Black people. And I never start there. Yeah. I never start there. We start, when we're talking about freeing ourselves, I talk about the resistance all the way through. We're talking about even before 1619, consistent rebellions, resistance, big and small. Just constantly, we are always fighting and making sure that we are reaffirming and reasserting our humanity. Yeah. So even when I love hearing from Dr. Greg Carr, who's out of Howard University, talk about Juneteenth, because he'll say, they didn't wait for anybody to tell the news. Actually, those formerly enslaved people were bargaining with Union troops about your economy runs on our enslavement. So what can we bargain for? Can we bargain for this land? Do you want us, what are you going to give us in return for XYZ? They were out here bargaining, actually working with these Union troops and saying what do you need? How can you need us more than you think? You really need us to win this war. And so when Dr. Rick Carr, he was talking about how, there were, battalions of Black soldiers actually coming through the South and actually talking about these issues and letting them know, there's a war going on. Y'all are free. Y'all are about that. Just know that way before we even get to the declaration of Juneteenth being now you have a proclamation here. I'm going to decree this and tell you free. They're already out here freeing themselves. The whole reason we even get to the point of emancipation is because of not just abolitionist movements, but constant resistance. Right. Constant resistance of just, even if we're talking about rebellions or we're talking about small acts of just I'm not working today. I'm gonna say I'm sick. I'm calling out. I'm not going in today, or I'll bring a tool and I won't work. There was constant resistance, and I'm always cautious to work with my young people and push back on this idea that we simply waited for the Emancipation Proclamation to come free us. I'm we've been doing that work since the beginning of this enslavement process, of this violence. And I also add that Indigenous people have been doing that work too, to fight back and push back against their own erasure and genocide. So I love how you constantly bring us back to that, to just to that ownership, to that reminder. And I think that's what we have to continue to ground this holiday, especially in as we move forward. Because I, like you, have some anxieties about where this will take us, but as the answer to your last question about where do we go from here, I think SUBSUME in this conversation is the beginning of that, and not even just the beginning, because SUBSUME has been around for a minute. So it's about how do we continue that work and have these conversations to ground us in. Yeah. So I wanted to just sing all praise to you. So thank you so much. Just another question before we bring Dedrin into the conversation, how does liberation show up in your work? Because we're going to talk to Desmond about liberation and freedom and these ideas. And in something else for you specifically, how does that idea of liberation and freedom show up in your work?
I think, as I mentioned before, it's collective. I collectively freedom dream all the time. I'm always thinking about what it looks like, what it feels like, what it tastes like, what is freedom to me, being clear about what that is, and then collaborating with other folks in different social locations. I mean, different kinds of Black people, right? To understand where, example, my freedom dream might infringe upon the rights of my Black trans sister. And so then we have to collectively freedom dream so that we do not recreate this system. And so earlier when I said I learned about Juneteenth and this sort of collectivism, I've always taken that. And so I don't do anything alone. I don't think we have to. I think there are too many dope Black people on this globe to be working alone. And so for me, liberation in my work shows up in the event that I'm going to be doing today, the Jubilee, in which we think about what does it mean to freedom dream, not only thinking about sort of race, but gender and sexuality. And what does it mean to think about the liberation of Black, queer, and trans people? And how that if we don't have liberation for Black, queer, and trans people, then we don't have liberation. And so we're going to have to become a lot more collective. And I think it'll take some time. I really do. I think it'll take some time because we know how privilege works. We know how whiteness works and how it has sort of also infiltrated our own ideas in our own communities, and really thinking about how we rank each other, right? And we think about, oh, Black man and Black cis man, Black cis het man, etc., and how there is this totem pole in which at the bottom you have Black women of cis and trans experience. That's not going to work. And so we're going to have to collectively freedom dream. And so liberation for me in my work is always thinking about what can I do on the ground with grassroots organizers. I think it's important to write. I will always write. I think it's important to do the sort of scholarship and the sort of academic things. But I've also got to make sure I remain connected to the ground. And so I'm always trying to stay in community spaces. I'm always trying to like, all right, what do y'all need? I reached out to the people of the Jubilee and they were like, we need some food. And I was like, I got you. And so that's why I was up until 4:30 a.m. cooking. And it's not this sort of minimal thing. It's my contribution. It's a collaboration, because then I get to go and sort of feed and have conversations. And the same things that you and I are talking about here, we're going to do there. And we're going to collectively freedom dream, collectively articulate what we mean by liberation. And then we're going to go and get it. Back to your point, we're not going to wait. We know it's no one's going to give it to us. We know they don't have that kind of benevolence. That's not going to happen. We're going to have to go and get it. We're going to have to go and take it, and then be okay and secure in knowing that we have it and not needing to be validated or affirmed by the rest of them. Because I think that is dangerous. And so in some, it looks like collaborating on the ground with other Black people of different experiences about what we all need to sort of lead lives of peace, love, and joy.
Oof. I can't thank you enough for just reminding us that the collective has always been the way for our freedom, has always been. I can't imagine a time in history where people, and I feel like that's a thing about like whiteness even, and then just how we tell the stories of America, we constantly individualize things. We have a hero, a single leader that comes in and just frees us all. That's the narrative we're constantly fed as a culture. And I think about like individualism, how it is a part of white supremacy, absolutely. And so the opposite of individualism is exactly what we're saying that Juneteenth is, that Black people have always been doing. It's like, if you're going to get free, if we are going to get free, we have to do it together. It's not going to be on any savior coming in to save us. Is how do we build community and free ourselves? So I just love and appreciate and thank you for that reminder and reminding us that all contributions are always welcome. That's just the one thing I also love. Like, no contribution is small. You bake, right? I sing, right? You're a scholar, right? You dance, you make TikTok videos, you can web design and do AR. Bring it. Let's bring it together, because that's how we're going to build our freedom together. There's just no way to do it singularly. That's our liberation, is rooted in one another.
Yeah, and then really quickly, that sort of, for me, as many things do, came from something Toni Morrison said. I was watching the documentary that I love, right? The Pieces I Am. And if you haven't seen it, I think it might still be on Hulu, or you can sort of Google it and find it, The Pieces I Am. But anyway, in the documentary, she was talking about why she writes. She was talking about why she writes, and I think we often discredit writers, and we don't think of them as activists. We don't think of them as advocates. And what she said was, she would look out, and she saw the folks marching, and she said they needed to do that. She said, that's very important. Then she looks in the camera, she says, but that won't last forever. Somebody has to document it.
Right.
And so they took that as her role. It's about doing what you can do in your sort of sphere of influence. And so if you cook or sing, or we all have a role to do, because not everyone's going to march in the way.
And not everyone can, right?
Yeah.
We have to acknowledge that and hold space and make it accessible too. So yes, absolutely.
So when she said that, I was just like, so what can I do where I am? Because she said that won't last forever.
Right. Oh man, and even when you just said we don't think of writers in that way, which is preposterous to me. I'm like, the writers I know, these are activists. I can go on a whole long list. And this is why I teach my students about James Baldwin, about Langston Hughes, about Zora Neale Hurston. We can just, and Toni Morrison, of course. Yeah. And I also think the same thing for educators in terms of being creatives. Like, educators to me are some of the most creative people who exists. If you've ever been in a classroom, if you ever had to, that's disappointing. People don't give enough credit to seeing educators as creatives who are constantly creating and innovating in the classroom, especially when it comes to teaching our history. Yeah. With that, I would love to bring back on in Dedrin so he can join us in this lovely conversation.
Let me put my church finger up as I come back into this conversation, because I'm telling you, man, this was exactly what I figured you guys were going to, and y'all would bring into this, because it's just so poignant to say that there's this idea of that we as Black people are waiting for permission to be great, particularly from the other, particularly from the outside, and that there's this part of opining for equality based on someone else's terms. And I think that is completely the contrast of what I hope for Juneteenth and for the legacy that we build from that forward, is that, we are here because of dangerous minds and spirits that wouldn't be chained. Right? That's where Juneteenth came from. And the quote, someone who I hold in high regard, Tylen Kell, put a word on me that it stuck me for a long time. Like, our existence is resistance.
Right.
It's being here, being in these spaces in and of itself to some folks it's a threat, and to some folks it's a point of contention. And I think for the legacy of Juneteenth, I think it just simply speaks to that, the brilliance and the forward thinking and a vision of what tomorrow is, and that we are to be included in tomorrow, whether or not we see that tomorrow or not, collectively or not. And it was so well said. There's so many folks that gave of this struggle and gave of this legacy, that of themselves and of their own children and of their children's children knew they wouldn't see this day. Right. But at the same time, it's moving forward with intent and with purpose. And so it's such an honor to have that type of legacy instilled, ingrained, as part literally of our DNA, right? Because it was people of darker skin, it was people of the African diaspora that had this greatness thrust upon them, right, in bondage. And again, I think it's important for us as creatives to make sure that narrative is understood, that it's appreciated, that it is emboldened, and that, just like a lot of other federal holidays and these other points, that it did not start from a Eurocentric standpoint, right? And that, we are also including in that struggle, our in being, cognizant and appreciative of Pride Month, that Blackness is in and of itself diaspora, right? That it's not a monolith, and that, we look for those of our brothers and sisters and of any space that are still looking for that equality, that Juneteenth is of them as well, right? That it was not a singular part of freedom, and that no signing of a paper, no proclamation from on high is what determines our fate.
Yeah.
And I hope in that sense, while I'm very ecstatic of Juneteenth, I'll double back is, I'm glad to see that it moved past what little things I knew of it as a child. For me, growing up in the South and grew up in Eastern North Carolina, Juneteenth was a church holiday.
Yeah.
Right. It definitely wasn't anything that was celebrated outside of our homes. Right. It was where the church folks got together and they said the names of the oldest folks they could remember. And it was that they celebrated and appreciated that we were born and raised in a church that Klan burned down twice.
Wow.
Our church is in the middle of a swamp, and that was because they wanted the Klan to fight hard to get to it, to burn it down the second time.
Mm-hmm.
And they rebuilt it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's St. Mark's Church in Fairhope, North Carolina. My descendants have been on that land at least 7 generations. Mm-hmm. But there was never a point of having that celebration go any further than the dirt road that church was built on. Because again, it was a point of resistance to celebrate that stuff. It wasn't, you couldn't put it in the paper. You couldn't do anything out loud, but they spoke loudly anyway. They made their own papers. My family is again of that dirt, of that Earl, of that space. And again, we're part of that, of the Americana that is the legacy that we have now. Mm-hmm. And so for me, thinking of Juneteenth in the current context, it's trying to be intentional to appreciate those elders that, again, could only celebrate but so far, right? Could only move but so much. And even though they pushed against something they couldn't move, they pushed anyway. And that's the strength that we have this Juneteenth. And I feel like that's the idea that I hope for SUBSUME. And again, where the voice of being creative, right? Being able to see a future, to see yourself and your stories and your legacy in that future is all I want this thing to be. Right? I mean, I'm a nerd. I collect comic books. I like video games and these things like that. But I feel like even in those spaces, they need their Juneteenth. Right. We need our liberation in a digital sense. We need it in an educational sense.
Can you talk? That's actually a really good, Dedrick, can you talk about that? Because I think you mentioned, and I think Joey mentioned this earlier, digital is taking us by storm. It's like, this is going to be our reality and moving forward. Like, this is just how it's going to be. So I'm wondering, you said like we have to bring Juneteenth to that space. Can you talk more about what have been the challenges, or historically, why is that necessary for you to say and point out?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely it's our next civil liberties fight is digital equity. Now, we talk about it, digital redlining from like a socioeconomic standpoint, where we may say, this particular sector of people have access to 5G and internet and access to jobs and resources, and the others don't. If you look at the pandemic, will we show the shift to remote learning, remote education, remote work? If you don't have a high-speed internet connection, you don't have sustainability and solubility in your home, you can't be part of that. So where, yes, you can work from anywhere in the world, but if the world can't connect to you, then again, we're simply going to create a labor and a workforce that's not going to be as accessible as before. And unfortunately, it's going to fall right on historical lines of marginalized voices, underrepresented and opportunity communities, particularly for folks in developing worlds and developing countries, if we look at it from that same standpoint. So the digital divide in and of itself is absolutely paramount to address, and to speak to it specifically as we are bringing in artificial intelligence, bringing in machine and remote learning. And that's the part where, from my conversation with CNN, was that I'm trying to build projects that enlighten and understand that we have to be part of that conversation. Because if we're teaching machines based off of racial and systemic education systems, they're going to learn us as the other. It's the same way that machines don't read darker skin, from an optical or a visual standpoint. That's internal, but that's a bias That in itself is techno racism, and that's the thing that I'm becoming hoping to work to become a specialist in. Is that I have to teach people from a gaming standpoint, from AR and VR, that these things don't read us the same way. And at the same point, and when you look at being able to build virtual avatars, 3D characters, developers aren't considering cultural educate. They're not considering cultural or gender or any of these other points of being. They're only looking from it from a Eurocentric, heteronormative, cisgender standpoint. So they create to that because they figure that's the only people who are using this technology.
Right.
But you know, as we shift, as the world's getting browner, as we're all coming together more from a collective cultural standpoint of appreciation versus appropriation, I feel like from the youth up, that's being a lot more points of that context. We have to be that part of the conversation. And it's not that we don't have the innovators, we don't have the scientists, we don't have the machine learners, we don't have the creators to tell those stories. But if we're still going against those same points of basically if the same old guard is guarding the same old things, then we're going to be in the same old conversation of why some people are in and some people are out. And so just for SUBSUME from a technology standpoint is why we just want to make and innovate in that space and show that we're being very intentional, that our stories and that ourselves and that our skin and that our legacies are part of that. So if we're not interwoven in the first part, it's going to be exponentially hard to be in the second and third and fourth acts forward.
Right. I think that speaks, I mean, SUBSUME is a part of that entire legacy we just spoke about earlier, about how we're constantly, if it's not there, we're going to create it.
Right.
If we're not free, I think that's just such a powerful, it's just a part of a powerful legacy, Dedra, that I just truly appreciate and thank you for. And I'm curious, because Dr. Shamari Reed already mentioned how Toni Morrison was a huge figure in his idea of liberation and things like that. But I wonder for you, like, who is, I know you create characters, so you're already giving us characters to look up to for liberation and freedom. But I want to know who you look to, like, who are some of your mentors or guiders, living or, you know, past ancestors? I would love to know.
Wow, there's so many that are going to run to my mind.
Give me like 3 then.
Okay, let's see. I think 3 really quick. Man. See, now I'm still going to be stunning. But let's see. So let's see. I think 3 people that I can say in contemporary times. I don't know if they have to be historic or not. See, again, now you. Okay, let's just talk about 3 folks that I just really appreciate. I want to start local because there's a writer and creator. His name is Milton Davis, and so he is the founder of MV Media. And I can say from what I've built with SUBSUME from a storytelling standpoint, I feel like seeing this young brother at heart that when he had he was pretty much a innovator in the series of Sword and Soul. It's the idea of seeing Black people in a fantastic space. Just as like the recently departed Charles Saunders, who was the creator of Amaro, and basically my idea of what could be considered as the Black fantastic. It's the idea that from a speculative space that Black people existed in these fantastic settings, that stories that typically were only reserved for the white gaze, seeing science fiction and fantasy. This brother had a whole table full of this stuff that he wrote himself, he made himself, and was making conventions and meeting up and just talking about these fantastic books. And he had one called Woman of the Woods, Satadina, and it was just the idea of this character just enthralled me. And I went back home and thought of all these papers that I had from these old games that I made, and ended up collecting them at Sorghum to make Sorghum and Spirit, and say, hey man, I did something very like this before, and I didn't think people like this, and so he would be one. From a historical context, I think Booker T. Washington for sure. I try to read the book Up From Slavery every Black History Month, and idea of how close he came to not founding and funding so many of his dreams, like literally sleeping under the boardwalk and buildings he built by faith and not by sight. So he would be, and that's the idea of this man didn't have the money, but he said build anyway. He didn't have the education, but he said teach anyway. And it's the idea of you can't look at the end goal. You can't look at the end in sight for legacy or the things that that are legacy for your people. And so I think I try to put myself in a position that the things I hope to build or hope to be impactful for aren't for me. And so that's why I appreciate the education space and try to ingratiate myself with smart educators like yourself to try to figure out a way to leave something, and that's if you get through the door, leave the door open for somebody else. I think that's just how I was raised is, you got to do for others, or the idea is you got to give every day. So you can't say, well, I just gave. It's like, you got to give again anyway. You got to give every time you can give. So I think those two, that I want to leave some points for returns. I'll say those two are two figures, the two folks that I really look forward to. There's a ton of others, but again, I don't let my rambling southernness intersect this great conversation.
I love it. I see in the comments, some folks have just said like Ella Baker. So Jeremy said Ella Baker, Malcolm X, Angela Davis. These are all my favorites. So yes. Yeah.
There you go. See, there you go. Now I'm catching up to the chat. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
For me, it's Ida B. Wells. So Dr. Shamari, since I gave Dedra 3, and you said Toni Morrison, I'm gonna let you add 2 more.
Wow. Listen, when Dedra, this is
we gotta call the ancestors. We gotta call folks in.
Hard because I think I think we are one. I think in many ways we're collectively incredible, right? And I think it really does take everybody in every space. I mean that seriously. And so Toni Morrison, for me, the reason I go to her is because she sort of helped me awaken to this sort of consciousness and this understanding that my whole life did not have to be a response to whiteness, right? She sort of reminded me that our whole lives were not that. And that I think she said, it's even in Sula, that when the river cuts them off with the most magnificent hatred they have ever known, life continues. There is so much more to us than our interactions with them. And so I credit her for that because she helped me knock the white man off the shoulder and just say, I don't have to speak to you or about you. I don't have to create with you in mind. I literally can speak to us. We are worthy of being spoken to. Our attention matters, our eyes matter, and our ears matter. Other folks who have done that to me, Baldwin definitely. One, because in many ways, Toni said Baldwin inspired her. And so it's a lineage, if you will, right? It's like I have to sort of credit Baldwin because without Baldwin, we may not have had the Toni we had. And she also talks about how his writing broke open the English language for her. Other folks, I think Marsha P. Johnson. I definitely think about Marsha P. Johnson and other Black trans women, those we know the names of and those we don't. And thinking about, if we're talking about existence as resistance and existence as activism, what it means to choose yourself even when you know the consequence is going to often, or it could be, being uninvited from the rest of the world, the kind of self-love and self-regard you have to say, I choose me, even though I know that it means that I might be ostracized from everybody. I don't mean this country, I mean the world. That's a kind of self-love that I think we all can learn from, a kind of radical and love that we can learn from Black trans women about what it means to love the self so much that you would choose yourself. You will not perform something that you are not. You will not show up as someone you're not to make you comfortable or to get access. And so when I think about Marsha P. Johnson and that kind of resistance, it's a very, like a no-nonsense, it's a very unapologetic-ness about her Blackness and her transness and her queerness. That's inspirational to me. That inspires me. And thinking about even contemporary Black trans women who I know, local folks, right? As I mentioned, there are local folks. Genovia Chase is one of my just favorite people in general, a Black trans woman who wouldn't call herself an activist. She would just call herself living life, right? But in living life and in choosing herself, and she's a collective person, she's always doing for other Black trans women. She's always giving and giving and giving. And that to me is like, that's love. That is love. And I think we can learn a lot more from them, but we have to unlearn our transphobia, right? So there's another conversation we have to have about how many ways the whiteness has also seeped into our communities That's all that is. That's just whiteness, right? Anything that makes you think you can rank people and
right.
hierarchy, that is whiteness. That's an idea that you can rank people based on gender, sexuality, immigration status, language. That is whiteness. And when we subscribe to it, we do it to each other. I don't think that's of who we are, which is why I think we can unlearn it. And I think we must unlearn it, because once we do that, I think we get to ask questions like, instead of, me being transphobic, how can I learn to love as critically and radically as Black trans women? And I think that is one way toward our collective liberation.
Right, man. Everything you just said reminded me of I'm seeing the comments, sorry. So folks are just so excited right now. And Bayard Rustin, someone just spoke his name. He's a huge inspiration for me as well. The person I immediately thought of when you were speaking, Dr. Shamari Reed, was Audre Lorde has been that figure for me for my entire life. And I'm in college, undergrad. I was introduced to Audre Lorde. I had no idea these Black queer feminist people existed. It was not taught in my history, although I was taught Black history. A lot of Black women's history is constantly left off the table. And so when I took all the courses I could on Black women's history and discovered and was introduced to the incomparable Audre Lorde, my life was changed forever. And it was something you said, Dedrin, that about our resistance, our existence as resistance. And Audre Lorde wrote a poem, one of my favorites. It's a litany for survival, one of the best. And towards the end of the poem, she just speaks to there's so much always coming at us as Black people, especially as Black women, especially as queer folks. There's always so much coming at us. And so you can't really be silent. You don't have a choice. We have to speak because it will still happen regardless. So there's no reason for you to give up your voice, give up your life, give up your passion, give up your dreams, because that fierceness, that oppression, that violence will consistently be constant. And you speaking, you existing is pushing back against it. So I think oftentimes about her and the work she did up until her very last day on liberation, and constantly telling us that we are meant for more than just having to survive, right?
Right.
Absolutely.
We are here to thrive, and we are here to do it together. There's no point in doing it individually. We're not going to get there individually. So I thank you both. And I want to make sure if anyone has questions, feel free to put in the comments, but we're coming to a close for our conversation. And I think what I would love for us to close with, I know we already started bringing in names of ancestors that y'all stole that one for me. Thanks, Shamari. What is your, so we're talking about freedom dreaming, and I love how you constantly said that, Shamari, because if anyone gets a chance to read Freedom Dreams by Dr. Robert G. Kelly, incredible text. And this is a scholar who focuses on history and Black history, but this text is more about how do we constantly rest and how do we come back to dreaming and imagining and being creative about our freedoms and our liberation. So I would love for us to close with imagining Juneteenth 100 years from now. It could look like anything, What does it look like for you? What would you want it to look like? And you don't have to have a huge thing. You can have one small thing. I would love it to look like the largest Afro punk festival, but just more inclusive. I want people singing. I want streets just filled with people everywhere all over this country. Black people who are just adorned in some of the most beautiful clothing. I want to see maybe some flying cars or people it's in the sky. I want to see billboards with just Afro everything, art. Some of your work is gonna be on that on those billboards. We're just having a great, huge party and celebration in all the most African adornments I can just imagine. I want to see Adinkra symbols everywhere. So that is my idea for what I would love it to look like in 100 years. I'm gonna open the floor to you all.
Wow, a question, right? What I think for me, simply, I would like for it to be an honoring. I would like to see an honoring of Black people who are still here, a giving of flowers while people are still here. I don't want to wait until someone dies from natural causes or is brutalized or is murdered or victimized. Let's give flowers now. And so I love, Devon's point earlier about recognizing local people. And so I would like to see that everyone, wherever they are, Black people, are honoring local folks in their community. Yes, we can lift up the folks that we maybe all know, but I think there are so many local people who are literally grinding, y'all, who have been forever, grassroots organizing day in and day out, and they're not getting their flowers. And so I would like to see every community all around the globe of Black people saying, in our community, these folks need their flowers. And the next year you have someone else. And so that eventually the hope is that we do it so often and so much that all of us get our flowers while we're still here.
I love that. And I would love to see that as an actual tradition. Imagine that, like you just roll up on someone's house and just be like, I just got a bouquet for you. Here are your flowers. I love that idea.
Yeah.
So I'm speaking that. I might do that today. I'm going to hold you to it. I'm going to do that today.
That's what's up.
And be like, hey, I see you. I see you.
Oh, so Devin, before you go to your closing, you have a question. Yeah. Do you think these stories could reach more people through graphic novel and anime form, like the works of Octavia Butler? I know who John Jennings has done a lot of work around Octavia Butler that have recently turned into comic form. What do you think? And I feel like, right.
Oh, absolutely. To pull from the record right here. If I don't just knock it all down, and it's going to be two things. Yes, I think these are two great examples right here. Let me just plug these guys as I go. I mean, talking about Tulsa and the 100-year commemoration. I mean, here we have Across the Tracks from Megascope with Dr. John Jennings and Stacey Robinson and Alvarine Ball, which will be our next show after I talk here for a little bit. I mean, this is a perfect context to teaching people about the history and the legacy of Juneteenth, and not what was lost, and as I say, what was built, what was created. That's it. We talk too much about what was taken away, what was burned down, what's not around, but we want to understand that these people built this in direct resistance, literally across the tracks from their oppressors, and found a place to survive and thrive. So this is absolutely those points. And then likewise, we got like the Black Panther Party with David F. Walker that we'll talk to as well. I mean, it's a point of talking about what was considered completely radicalized at that point. Again, you get a chance to talk about history in a visual form that not only is able to educate, but is able to, from a mass adoption standpoint, able to go places that traditional education points can't. So I think to the idea of being able to use animation and graphic novels to be able to tell stories, particularly our stories, not only does it give a better point of context, but I think it opens up the realm of who can tell those stories, right? And so when we have more voices in the room, we have more. That's that we have more opportunities for authenticity and localization of stories and culture and folklore to be honored and appreciated, and to make that into a point of why we would think to like a future opportunity of Juneteenth. I think part of that is, I feel like the idea of Juneteenth in the future would be one of reverence, but I think one of the most localized celebrations in each of our homes, to think about, how not only what was, again, not what was given up, but what was built, what was built locally, because it's the idea of something like a Tulsa or Greenwood being almost feel like it was a local story until 3 to 4 years ago. So again, how can we 100 years from now, not 100 years from the from the Tulsa massacres, just now figure out that, oh, that was a thing. We're just now seeing a visual representation of that, say like in Watchmen, 99 years later. We've had all this, we have 100 years of media that we're just now making something that's as poignant enough to make that into like a national conversation. So I think the impact of things like film and animation and being able to tell those historical contexts is absolutely imperative. And while we have to have agency in those spaces, that those stories don't have to wait 100 years to be told. And so I think with that, I do hope that we just look at Juneteenth as a point of reference, and again, not something that has to be as fantastic as we think about some other holidays, but I just don't want to see it marginalized to a point where it's a label that it's air quote just another day, or it's just another day off. So I think with that, just being able to honor this legacy in the best way by creating. I'd love to see someone take that legacy and build something forward for someone else. I mean, I think that's as simple as I could think of. for what I'd love to see 100 years from now.
That was excellent. Thank you. Thank you for reminding us of what we built and continue to build.
Right.
And thank you, Dr. Shamari Reed, for reminding us to give our flowers while we're still here. So I give you both your flowers. I'm incredibly appreciative of all the work you both are doing. You are two Black men that I hold and revere so highly. And I'm so grateful that the world has you. So thank you so much for our conversation today. Dedra, I'm going to let you take it away so you can introduce the rest of the summit, schedule, what's coming up next. Thank you so much, everyone.
Oh no, thank you so very much for your time. And Katie, too, again, let's make sure your flowers are in bloom in your hands, because young lady, again, when I first came to the Schomburg, I mean, you were one of the first faces I saw, and again, just knowing your tireless effort to our most precious resource, our youth, and making sure they're empowered and emboldened to radically not only love themselves but love their culture. Yes. And again, to be the advocates for change. So again, not only are you giving your flowers, but you're blooming where you plant it. And that's I feel like that's the truest call of someone working within their purpose. So again, I just want to honor you and your constant work. And you actually exercise, so that also gives me another point of motivation, because I don't do any of the things. So I look at so again, you're empowering me through your educational and your exercise posts.
Thank you.
I'm really living vicariously through you. So
I'm about wellness all the way around.
A holistic approach to wellness. That's it. I think we also want to make sure that we are taking care of these beautiful brown and Black bodies in the best way that we can as well. That we can live and survive and thrive. So with that, thank you so very much. Again, Dr. Shamari Reed, it has been an honor and a pleasure to listen to your passion and your purpose, be spoken the word today. And again, I really feel like, it's a mic drop already at 11 o'clock. Like I'm good. I feel so good about the vanguards of our culture, which is definitely you folks, as well as, appreciation, for the Schomburg Center of gifting us with y'all's presence and y'all words today. So with that, I can only hope that this is a continuing conversation with us here at SUBSUME. And again, not only from Juneteenth, but any and every time that we can be blessed by y'all's perspective and your purpose, we just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. We'll give y'all the rest of y'all Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth to y'all. And thank you so much. So again, this is Katie Tubman and Dr. Shamari Reed with the Schomburg Center in Harlem, New York. Also home of the Black Comic Book Festival that's held, I think, every January. And even from a digital standpoint, an opportunity to take a look at some of the graphic novels and also other points of reference of using education and innovation through speculative fiction as part of that process. So again, we're right here at 11 o'clock and want to thank you again so very much for being part of our celebration of Juneteenth here with Creative Juneteenth with SUBSUME Summit. So again, thank y'all so very much for your time and attention. Again, my name is Dedra Sneed, and I just want to go back as we wait for our next guest to talk about a couple of the books that I showcased there. Because I did see a note that we want to post those titles. So Jeremy, I did see that, and thank you again so very much for tuning in. And what we have is this first book was The Black Panther Party. Again, this is by David F. Walker and Marcus Kwame Anderson. This actually came out, I want to say maybe about a year ago. Graphical and historical context of the revolutionary Black Panther. And here in just a little bit, we're actually going to go to a conversation about Across the Tracks, which is Remembering Greenwood, Black Wall Street, and the Tulsa Race Massacre. This being written by Alvarine Ball and being drawn by Stacey Robinson. This is published by Megascope as a part of Abrams printing. And so again, we have a way that historical context, there you go, right in the Amazon card. That's great work. So these are just a couple of some fantastic examples that we can talk about as far as the way that we want to bring in our stories and our legacies in as many forms as possible. And I think that by doing so, it's a great way that not only can we honor those stories and make sure that they are told, we consume our media, consume our information and our news through several different media platforms. So, of course, this idea of transmedia, where we're getting our information from singular sources, whether that's an Amazon, whether that's a Netflix, or whether that's YouTube, that if we don't have authentic stories in that place, in that space, not only are we not getting that ourselves directly, but for machine learning and for places that take those points and in a great amalgam of data and information, try to determine predictive behavior, try to create profiles that in and of themselves have systemic opportunities to be biased against people of color, people of different orientations, people of different locations or localizations of culture. And that's why it's important that we have agency and legacy in our story. And so again, for us here at SUBSUME, that's exactly what we're trying to be a part of, that point of change. So not only are we looking to try to tell those stories in these fantastic forms of comics and animation and in gaming, but we're also trying to make sure from a technology standpoint that we're creating the workforce of tomorrow by giving those skills today. So by making games, by making comic books, by teaching coding, that we at SUBSUME are looking to create the next creative class who are empowered and again have that point of agency that we can tell our stories from the ground up, from the inside out, and be from a space of appreciation versus appropriation when those stories are shared with our allies and with our greater communities. And so with that, there is speaking of community, and to make this a good segue into our next part, is that there is a way that we can always support this type of point. So being able to look for graphic novels, these points, I always say, again, Amazon cart is absolutely great, but we also want to make sure that we give a shout out to our local libraries, also a shout out to our local bookstore owners and bookshop spaces. And so one of these such spaces that we want to see if we can connect with today, and we'll take a moment to see if that works, is Amalgam Comics and Coffee House in Philadelphia. And now they're actually having a Juneteenth reopening, and I'm hoping to see if we can get her on the line. Her being Ariel Johnson, who is the founder and head nerd in charge at Amalgam Comics, who's taken an opportunity to move her comic book space, I think, into its 5th year of being. And with that, when we have those type of spaces in our neighborhoods, just like any space that we have for culture or for art, these typically bring value, not only from a financial standpoint, but from a cultural standpoint, where we're able to go in and buy books like the Black Panther Party or like Across the Tracks and know that it's not a one of, or it's not from a special month. That's a point of attention. But we can also find creators, especially local creators. And Dr. Shamari Reed was very poignant. And I think it's a great point, is that we need to look at our local impact for change, particularly through the creative lens. And that's exactly what we hope to build and develop as a community for SUBSUME. So with that, I'm going to check in the chat to see if we have any questions or any points as we await Ariel to see if we can give her flowers on this Juneteenth, but understanding that she's got a lot of new points in from there. So I'm going to try to see if I can drop that link in the chat as well. But at the same time, I want to make sure that we are honoring our points of time. So with that, again, just want to talk about why did we create Creative Juneteenth? I really do want to make sure that, though I myself am not an educator, definitely only educated to a certain point, I feel that in my creative journey and in creative travels, that I know that the path that I walk has been smooth and has been forged by the travels of those before me. And so I get this strength and I get this energy to make all these crazy projects of last moment notice, and with passion and hopefully with purpose, that understand that, I am from a diaspora of talent, a diaspora of story, and a legacy that I am myself now just trying to discover. So for thinking of what Juneteenth was, and as I alluded to earlier, for us in North Carolina, Juneteenth simply was a day of celebration, but it was very localized. I want to give a shout out to my aunt, Dr. Bess. I just want to make sure I make the right context. Dr. Let's see, Dr. Bess, I'm thinking of someone else. Ms. Artist as a person that from the Rosenwald School, for those who may know, like Rosenwald School being one of the intentional points that educators, particularly in the South, were looking to try to build schools for young Black kids, to be able to try to give them opportunity for basically for a point of learning and for a sense of self that, you know, even now that we still don't know about Rosenwald schools. There's one in my hometown of Snow Hill, North Carolina, that for the longest time, I didn't know what that was. It was just a school that's just quiet and to the side of Lenore Community College. But the idea that even then, the idea of building schools for colored kids was a point of radical contention, that we have to understand that wherever oppression is found, that education and art are the tools of resistance. And so I think that's another part of why we want to make sure that we have the best of intent of using art, of using creativity, of using education as tools that we can forge and build of ourselves and about ourselves and an appreciation of ourselves. And of course, to those that want to imbibe and be a part of that, we do so with welcome arms and always look to appreciate, you know, anyone who can find value, can find strength and find themselves in our story. And I think that telling stories in any fashion, and again, to kind of close out on the point of why could we use graphic novels? Why can we use animation? Why can we use video games to make social change? That's just been part of communication. The same way that geek cultures seeing this, advent and rise, and now is just considered culture. Before, you know, that was very niche, but now it's very normal. Playing video games in advanced age or even, you know, ages of a certain age, very normalized, right? And so now we're 2-3 generations into how we use these new forms of media as conversation. We market that way. We talk that way. We live that way. And especially as the pandemic has made it quite clear that we cannot get enough of that as of right now. We can't create content fast enough. But what's happening with that, as we're creating that content, if we're leaving it to the same creators to tell the same type of stories, then there's going to be an incongruity of how we, as Black people especially, are being represented in those points of media. And so with that, I want to check in and see if we have our next guest in play. And if not, we again want to make sure that we give her flowers for a moment. So yeah, so for those who are not aware, for Amalgam Comics and Coffee House, again, they are celebrating their Juneteenth celebration with a fundraiser. And we'll make sure to put that in the chat as far as a way and a space that we can find a way to be continuously supportive of her and of that community. So of course, thinking about comic books and comic book spaces, that's where I learned so many of I feel like skills and talents of mine were honed in that space. Right, being able to go to the local comic book shop was a bastion for me. Like even here in Atlanta, where I'm broadcasting from, one of my many favorite spaces here is one of my 2 favorite comic shops. I want to give a shout out to Tony Cade of Challenges Game and Comics, as well as Infinite Realities there in Tucker. But looking at those as spaces that I can find myself, even as I do now, looking to find stories about not only me and myself, but also look for local creators. So I think that was, again, a real key that I'm hoping that for SUBSUME is something that we can hold on to, that we can be a part of, and that we can find a way to better connect. So I think that's also something that in Juneteenth that is a good representation, is that a lot of times stories are right in front of us or right beside us, and we're very adjacent to the things that we want to learn and be about. So again, even though I knew what Juneteenth was as a holiday, or at least a point of celebration, growing up and even in adult age, I was very, very appreciative of being able to learn so much of like the names of folks that existed in that space. So again, I think that's the point of being able to tell stories, that a lot of times we tell stories, particularly for marginalized folks, as points of trauma versus points of success. And so I'm thankful that for things like the Greenwood story and for Greenwood banking, and from the idea of even building a Black Wall Street or rebuilding Black Wall Streets where they traditionally are or traditionally were founded, is again part of building legacy and building success versus looking at what was lost. Let us look forward to what is to become. And so I think that we may be at a point of checking in there with her. So if not, what we'll do is we will look to move forward into our next point of conversation. So let us look to proceed for that. So what we'll do here right now is look to go to a quick interlude. From there, see what we can bring forward to talk with at 11:30 to bring in our conversation with Across the Tracks. And with that, what we'll talk about as part of that context is we'll speak with Alvarine Ball, who's the writer, as well as Stacey Robinson as the artist. A bit of static in our conversation, but I assure you that it is a great standpoint for us to learn about exactly what the legacy of the Tulsa Massacre means, especially 100 years later, and how conversations, particularly critical conversations about this as a seminal point of reflection in contemporary times, has led to the federal holiday of Juneteenth, has led to a more of an understanding of culture for Black Americans who have since forever have been trying to kind of show and showcase these stories as part of American history, not just African American history. So again, we'll look to go to that and see how we can bring that forward. So again, thank you so very much for sticking with us here with Subsume. We'll be right back. And the stream will return here at 11:30. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. This is Daniel Sneed here with SUBSUME, hoping this message finds you well. And with that, want to make sure that we continue our celebration with Creative Juneteenth by bringing on our next show. So this one will be about Across the Tracks, remembering Greenwood, Black Wall Street, and the Tulsa Race Massacre. And we will bring in a conversation with artist Stacey Robinson and the writer Alvarine Ball. You can find this book as part of the Megascope collection from Abrams Comics and Art, which is a story, again, about the Tulsa Race Massacre. So without further ado, let us take a look at that conversation I had with the creators. Thank you so very much. And we again appreciate you being a part of our Creative Juneteenth. Thank you. So thank you again, everybody. We appreciate you being a part of our Creative Juneteenth 2021 celebration. Again, my name is Daniel Sneed, founder of SUBSUME. And as we're looking to do this holiday season, is we're trying to get a perspective and an appreciation of our great storytellers of our time. Those who are taking their creative freedom and not only telling the stories of today, but showcasing the talents of tomorrow. So with that, I want to bring in two guests that are working on a particular project that I felt near and dear, not only to the holiday, but also to the creative diaspora that we're all trying to be a part of in both art and in writing. So with that, I'm going to add in two of our guests. And we're going to go right into it. This is a family affair. I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves, and then we'll talk about their project.
Okay. So my fault, Stacey. You know me, you go first. My name is Alvarine Ball. I have an MFA in creative writing from Columbia College, Chicago. And I've been doing comics for 30 years? No, 20, at least 20 years. I am the recipient of the first Lumen Arts graphic novel award. I've won what they call it, two Glyph Awards, and I was a 2019 Tin House graphic novel scholar. And I am the writer of Across the Tracks. All right, that's it for me.
I am Stacey Robinson. I teach graphic design and illustration at the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign. I'm currently about 2 hours south of Alvarine, and to this day we have still not met face to face. I am also a 2019 Nasir Jones Fellow, Hutchins Fellow at Harvard, the Hutchins Center for African and African American Research at Harvard. And I am the illustrator. I think I said this already. I'm the illustrator for Across the Tracks, remembering Greenwood, Black Wall Street, and the Tulsa Race Massacre. You, Didrin, are muted.
No, so in my excitement is simply just showcase and share this book, right? I was going to give it it's a bona fide. You don't even see me. But Across the Tracks, remembering Greenwood, Black Wall Street, and the Tulsa Race Massacre, that was released by Megascope here this year, if I recall, is a fantastic story and visual illustration about a historic context that, even 100 years later, we're finding out that so many people still don't know anything about. So I guess the first question is why this book and why this particular subject?
Say that again.
Oh, to ask, how did the story of Across the Tracks begin? Like, why this story?
Okay. Sorry about that. So I guess it started. I always started talking about the story that I was texting John Jennings about doing something for the centennial of the Tulsa Race Massacre, and I guess at the same time, Stacey was either emailing or on the phone with John about the same thing, and John texted back and goes, "No, it's weird." He goes, "I just got to talk to Stacey about the same thing." He's like, "Yeah, we should do something on this." And so I sent John a pitch for something called Greenwood, and then he got back to me. think probably a day later, a couple days later. And he was like, "Hey, we want to do something on Greenwood. Would you be interested in doing something?" He goes, "We can't do this book that you pitched yet, but we really love this idea. But can you do something that's a bit smaller?" And he gave me the page count. I was like, "Oh, sure, I'll come up with something." And I wrote this pitch of what Stacy calls the Alvern Ball version, or like the Alvern Ball cut. And from there, I guess we were on to the races. I pitched the thing and then had to rewrite it, pitched it again, rewrote it, and then what you see in your hands is the compromise, I guess, or the third pitch out of the thing. And then Stacy started illustrating. I guess that's the
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add. That's absolutely right.
So what made the Alvern cut of this particular book, so succinct? When the story's been told before, obviously, in this format of graphic novel, and I think the storyline was such, of how the story was built up. What made this particular one the one to kind of go forward with?
Stacey, you want to answer that before
What made this version the version that was published and not the Alvern Ball cut? So that's a good question. I'm not necessarily, I don't know, I'm trying to remember the original version. Well, yeah, I do remember. I don't know why they didn't want to publish that version, actually. And I don't, you know what? I almost don't even want to say what that version is because we actually should circle back to it. And I don't want anybody else to jump on it because it's a really dope version. And I'd be hot if I saw it.
Figure it out.
I will say, though, that this was a really good compromise. This was a nice, I can say that this book, I truly believe this book will be successful. It is a really good primer for parents, for librarians, for educators to approach this subject matter. And it is, in a way, there are some storytelling choices that I love to think about and talk about. For example, the very vibrant color choices in the book. And that was intentional. I did not go with black and white. I did not go with sepia tones, which would be more brown tones. I went with a very vibrant color because I really wanted you to see the Black opulence that was destroyed. I wanted you to see what actually existed. And I wanted you to feel that, right? I wanted the audience to feel that. I wanted them to feel that what was destroyed. I wanted them to feel what we cherish. And I also, in a particular way, I think it ages the book, the readership, to a younger audience. And that was a choice as well because I really wanted little kids picking up this book. I really wanted elementary students to see this book and it would pop, off the shelves, and they would pick it up and then bring it to their parents and say, "Mommy, Daddy, can I buy this book?" And they're like, "Sure," So that's what there are some choices in there that I think did make the cut. It was interesting that I don't think the sales and marketing team knew I was going to go with that level of vibrancy. And there was a color team, right? There, shouts out to Anthony Mancata and my son Solomon, and shout out to Alex Batchelor. Even shout out to John Jennings, who came in. I think he colored like 2 pages at the very end as well. So there was a team that really worked to make with the same type of vision to make this happen. And I think in a particular way, this is a dope cut. I'm not going to say that, this was a bad cut. I think it was a compromise, which happens in publishing, but it was a really good compromise. And I think that this, being the first graphic novel around the Tulsa race massacre, which I really just don't necessarily like to call it that, I think this is a pretty good book. And shouts out to Colette Yellow Robe and Ronaldo Anderson, who wrote the essay in the back. Charlotte Greenbaum, our editor, and Damian Duffy. Damian Duffy, our letterer. and Maya Bradford, who's handling all the marketing for us right now and doing an amazing job, and Andrew Smith, the publisher, and oh my God, Charles Kochman, I believe what is his title? Executive editor or managing editor? Yeah, something like that. I always jack up his title, but this book happened really, I almost want to say not last minute, but it really was not in the original schedule for books to drop. And then when John, going back to the first question about how this happened, when John talked to Charlie about this, and from my understanding, they're like, wait, what? Oh, the centennial's coming up. We have an opportunity to do this. And it's like, if we do something right now, we can barely make the deadline. Which, like, we really got that book. We really got that book out. I'm glad it was a 50-page book. Right. If it were a traditional, longer. Yeah. If it were like a 200-page graphic novel, I don't know if I could have done that book. This happened in the summer of 2020, so everything was live at that time. Like, galleries were calling me, corporations were calling me, universities were calling me. I did a lot of lecturing, a lot of presenting. I tried to say yes as much as possible because everybody wanted to talk about next steps and how do we proceed as a nation, right? And this book happened right in the middle of that.
That's very interesting.
Absolutely.
So, talking about the politics.
No, please. Go for it.
No, I was just thinking about the something Stacey always talks about is allyship, and I have to see Abrams stepped up and did what they said they were going to do. And as I think about that, there's a lot of people in publishing that were stepping up, but now you look up a year later, they haven't stepped up. So that's a whole nother. I'm not gonna get into that.
Props up to those who kept their word, and again, to Abram and Mexico for bringing us this fantastic book. Now, to keep it with you, Vern, I think the thing that I appreciated most about this book, and I shared this with Stacey right before we got a chance to connect, was for this particular book, and telling the story of Greenwood and the Tulsa riot, is that this particular book shows so much of what was built, what was gained, and gave a much more human perspective of what was there versus what was lost. Right? Because, of course, even from the time that we hear about the Tulsa race riot, right, we use the word massacre, we use the word destruction, we use things that in a real sense talk about a loss of power or loss of space. But I think really made this book special for me was that there was so much detail put into what was there, building and construction and empowerment, and in particular, fellowship and community. So can you talk about how you wrote this book? And of course, Stacey said you had such a limited space to work with. How is a writer trying to tell the story of the people of Greenwood? Were you able to capture so much of humanity in such a short amount of space?
Yeah, for me, it really came down to talking about the people and really talking about the place in Greenwood. And this kind of touches on what Stacey was talking about with the original idea. Was this idea was that I wanted to show this vast idea that blackness isn't just one majority, or one monolith. And so when we have to come back to compromise, I think me and Stacey and John, we all had on our minds is that, okay, if we're going to compromise with the story, it's still got to be our story. It's got to be told by us. And I think the ancestors were guiding me when I was writing this, because there were moments where when I went for the pitch, the revised pitch, I just had an idea, okay, this has to be about the people. This has to be about this town. And I didn't know where I was going with it. I just knew that it had to start at the beginning somewhere. And I wanted to start, well, how did Greenwood start, And once I started diving into that story, just talking about OG Gurley, one of the founders of the town, you could just do a whole book on him alone, And so just trying to find the pieces of the puzzle that that told this full story of Greenwood, or gave enough background to readers, so that they understood that this wasn't just one person that really built up this part of town in Tulsa. It took a village, that idea of a village, and inside that village, all these different people and with different personalities and different ideas that helped create what Greenwood is to this day. And I remember at one point we were talking. I forgot what we were talking with. If probably the editors and everybody from marketing and everything, and everybody wanted to talk about the buildings, and I was and in my head, all I can think of is that yeah, that's great that we want to talk about the businesses, but we can't have the businesses without the business owners, you know. And so for me, it was like they both had to go hand in hand, and you couldn't talk about one without the other. And the idea that when we talk about Tulsa, we talk about Black Wall Street, everybody wants to talk about the massacre, and that was the opposite of what me, John, and Stacey, everyone talked about. We're like, yeah, no. You know, and we knew we had to talk about it, but that was gonna be the last thing that we talked about. And once we talked about it, that was gonna be it. You know. So that's how it was for me, I think, in writing it, and was really thinking about the people and what they represent in history, you know?
I know, so well said. I think part of this is absolutely that, like you said, a lot of times from historical context, we lose names, we lose faces, and we lose family, and particularly for the African American experience in the United States. That separation or segregation is so much of family. Is always going to be a part of Reconstruction for us. But at the same point, you did a masterful job in saying for yourself, Stacey, of being able to showcase that there was so much life, so much success that was put into those spaces. And so being so detailed and so intimate, even to your point, Stacey, of making this where the colors gave optimism, right? When I read this, it was obviously knowing how the book ended. I spent much more time, thinking of the story that we still have a chance to tell, right? It just felt, again, the word is optimism, the way that it came across. And again, salute to both of y'all that, again, it reads as if the story is left for us to finish it on a positive note. So that came across real well.
Well, I appreciate that. I think there's one part of the script that I remember Albert and we laugh about this now. When I read that script, the very end, there's this one line, it's one of the last lines in the book, and it just like, I was pissed. that was in the script. I was hot with Albert. I was hot. I was like, I almost was like, I don't know if I want to do this book. That's how hot I was. And but it's historically accurate, and I'm glad I did the book. I'm glad I wasn't. That would have been very arrogant for me not to do the book based on that line. It would have been a misstep historically. But there is optimism at the end, right? So this book focuses on the fact that Greenwood was rebuilt, right? That there was a surviving generation, right? That's important, right? That is very important. We have to highlight that. And many times in stories like this, it's a very kind of neoliberal approach to focus on forgiveness, right? Well, especially when Black people are wronged. Well, do you forgive those who wronged you? And it's always on us to forgive. And I think that in this, I think the thing that's highlighted in this book, if I could interpret it this way, is moving on doesn't necessarily mean forgiveness. Surviving doesn't necessarily mean forgiveness. And that's what I mean by moving on. Not moving on, you wronged me and we're not, it's all good. That's not what this book is about, right? This is a book about survivors who survived. And it's important to survive. Like, we are here because many of our ancestors survived, right? We are in the hottest months of the year. And, well, not even the hottest months of the year yet, right? Like, it's June. It's not even the hottest months of the year yet. And I'm outside, and every summer I am grateful to the ancestors as I'm driving in my air conditioned car, right? Think about, wow, they survived this heat, hours in this heat, working at night even in the heat. They survived for us, right? So this book, in a particular way speaks to that spirit. And it's historically accurate. And I'm glad that I pushed past my own arrogance and I worked with Alvern on this book. I think we made an excellent team. We've been, I don't know how many panels we've done talking about this so far, but it's been a great experience.
Trust me, that last line was hard to write.
Mm-hmm.
It was hard to write that last line and go, yeah, I'm going to give this over to the editors. I'm just thinking, all I kept thinking, man, people are going to hang me for this line. But I'm like, it's accurate. It's historically accurate. You can find me. So I was like, but it made the book, when you think about overall, it made the book end perfectly where it needed to give us that hope, to give us that survival, But without it, I wonder, like,
yeah, and it's there's there were many opportunities I took to read or interpret something else in the story that Alvern did not write, right? And that's me as a storyteller. Shouts out to Brian Stelfreeze. I call him the Yoda of comics. He is your favorite comic artist. I call him the Jay Dilla of comics. He is your favorite producers, favorite producer, right? So he taught me, the last time I met with him, actually, he critiqued my pages, and he was like, these pages look great, these are awesome. He said, but what is the story inside the story? What is the story under the story? What is not said in the script? And he was like, tell that story. And that's what I did with this project. And so in that particular way, there's some moments in there where I'm really, really proud of storytelling. I talked about one, the color choices. The other ones, a couple of other ones are how I place the reader inside of the crowds, right? When we're gathering our guns and we're marching to the courthouse, there are Black people with guns. We are defending our homes. This is not that book where Black people are just victims, and it is not that type of book. And when you see us marching, when you see us in the crowds, you are there with us. You as the reader, me as the reader. I place us in the crowd, and that's intentional, right? I wanted you to feel I wasn't alive at that time, but I wanted you to feel what I felt reading the script, how we think about this, how we talk about this. I wanted you to feel that, and the best way to do that was to place the reader inside the crowd. We're inside the house as we're defending the home. So no matter where you stand in the commentary, Black people in self-defense, you are on the side of Black people in this story, unapologetically, very intentionally. The other choice was that, once again, that very last page, there's a person smiling. And that smile, I've already caught, and people have already said, oh man, you did that, and that looks like we just forgave and it's okay. And I'm like, that's not at all what that is about. Like, it is about us absorbing all of this trauma that we've been absorbing for the last, I don't know how many years, right? And what we're seeing in social media, and we literally watch ourselves die on Facebook. We literally watch ourselves die, right? The summer of 2020 spoke to, the same, right? And this year we're going to absorb a lot of history in reference to the Tulsa Race Massacre, right? And I wanted to leave us with some joy because there was joy. You can't tell me that, over 2,000 people, I think there are 2,200 plus people that gathered around a Christmas tree in front of the Dreamwood Theater, or what, previously stood as the Dreamwood Theater, and Dreamland Theater, excuse me. Dreamland Theater, excuse me. Yeah. And you can't tell me that out of those 2,200 people, there was no joy, right? To gather, to decide to survive, there had to be joy over the happiness. And there's a difference between joy and happiness, right? Happiness being rooted in what is happening in the moment. Joy is an overall understanding and a particular type of hope for the future, with an understanding of joy throughout all of that. And I believe that they had to have had joy. And I tried to leave the audience with that thinking as well, because we have to survive this moment as well. All right, and I'm done talking. I said a lot just now.
No, it is a message out, Bernie. Any follow up from there before we kind of come with closing questions on y'all?
Oh no, please go ahead.
Just to say, I think that's the part of the holiday that we're celebrating now, right? It's Juneteenth, and it's point of celebration of freedom. But obviously, with the stroke of that pen, that there was really little, if any, change in the lives of the people that were alive at that time. And I think comes forward to the circumstances of Greenwood, of throughout the South and throughout pretty much anywhere that there was points of success of African American solidarity, that there was an intentional way to root that out, that is simply just based off of racism. And to your point, that even through all of that the ancestors then, just like what we do now, going through a summer of 2020, which I think we're in historic times in a very serious sense. It's that through all of that tragedy, there's still a reason to smile, because we have this point of optimism. And I think right now we're in a special space where we have storytellers like yourselves that not only are giving us a space to look back at the past, but to use this and use these things as tools to present and prepare us for our shared future. That obviously we want to be, as said, but not my quote, our ancestors' wildest dream, right? That we've got every capacity to tell our own stories with authenticity and agency. And I think books like this are a perfect example of what the best of us can achieve. So with that, I just want to close and ask, because there's so much history in this, and obviously we're going to ask every single person to get a few of these and put them out and about. But in all of this fantastic history that's here, what was one thing that maybe you didn't know about the Tulsa incident that resonates with you now?
There are a couple of things that resonated with me. When I was doing the research, I watched this documentary. It was scary because they were interviewing black and white citizens. And I remember this one white lady, she was much older. She's talking about how this little girl, her body was in this wagon full of dead bodies, and the little girl was holding a doll. And what the woman at that time realized that was that the little girl was just like her, the same age, and could have been her. And at that moment, she it awakened for her, oh, this is real, and that this is not right. She had to be like 8 or 9. But I saw the image of that wagon, and that little girl holding that doll, that little black girl holding that doll, it's etched in my brain every time I think about that. It's something out of that you would think Jordan Peele would have done, for a new horror movie, and I think that stayed with me the most. And the second thing I didn't know was that right after the massacre, Greenwood rebuilt. Literally, probably almost a year or less than a year later, they were rebuilding. They were like, nope, we're not even sitting down. Nope, we're not crying. they just started rebuilding, even without the state or anybody's help. Even though, as Black Americans across the world, and and our allies, those who were real allies, reached out to help rebuild the city. Tulsa as a city was like, nope, no, we don't need help. Nothing is burned down, yo. But the Black folks in Greenwood were like, no, we're gonna rebuild, and we're gonna rebuild and make it better. That surprised me to have that much strength and I don't know, just courage to not walk away and say, okay, it's burned down, I'm gonna move on, or I'm gonna go north. But they were like, no, we're gonna stay here and we're gonna rebuild our city. To me, that's powerful.
And to that same point, it's the rebuild. I'd never thought about that before. It is the rebuild that stood out to me the most.
Oh, Stacey. That over ball cut, man, just got new life. I just saw something new in it now.
Oh, all right. Stay tuned for that.
Touch on the rebuild.
There you go. So we're dropping exclusives. So that's okay. We'll take it. But no, this lastly, again, we're so honored for y'all to take this time and again for us to be able to speak on this occasion, a piece of work which I do think again for Across the Tracks is going to be a brick in this rebuild of a legacy tomorrow. So again, we appreciate y'all being on there. Where can we follow and keep up with y'all and the fantastic things to come?
Thank you very much for having us.
Yeah, thank you. You can find me on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all under Alvern Ball.
Ditto. You can find me on those three places as well.
All right, gentlemen, thank you all so very much. Appreciate your time and appreciate you being part of our Creative Juneteenth 2021. So again, we want to keep everybody on the line. Stay tuned for more fantastic programming, and we'll get a chance to follow with y'all much more expanded point. Yeah, we want the ball cut of Across the Tracks. We'll push for that. But we'll get this one out first, right? All right, fellas. Appreciate y'all so very much. All right, take care. All right, thank you. And with that, again, this fantastic book, make sure I got it on screen. Across the Tracks, Remembering Greenwood, Black Wall Street, and the Tulsa Massacre by Alvern Ball and Stacey Robinson, distributed by Abrams Comics Arts and Megascope. So this is the type of thing that it'll get on any point in time. It's always going to be the type of thing that we at SUBSUME are appreciative of, and just for everyone to make sure that they have a chance to learn in real time, the legacies that holidays like this are born out of. And to the point which I really took from this is that there is joy and there is promise in telling our story. So with that, I want to thank you all so very much for tuning into this section. Stay tuned for what's next with Creative Juneteenth. Again, it's the Daniel Sneed with SUBSUME. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Creative Juneteenth here with Daniel Sneed here for our Creative Juneteenth 2021. And with that, we want to get right on track and right on schedule and bring up our next program, which is obviously near and dear to my heart. I am the creator of a fantasy series called Sorghum and Spear. It's a fantasy series based on an African fantasy setting where young girls of a last generation are charged to save their world from an army of monsters. And with that, I want to bring on our next panel, which is a great collection of a new project that we're working on, the Sorghum and Spear Anthology, The Way of Silk and Stone. Without further ado, I want to go ahead and get right on to that. So please let us look at our next section of service with The Way of Silk and Stone, featuring the creators of this new anthology world. Thank you so very much. And again, we appreciate you staying included with us here at SUBSUME. Chance to spend with some of the most brilliant writing minds you're going to find around as we talk about The Way of Silk and Stone, being able to talk about my personal passion project that I'm happy to share with the stage with, and a creative diaspora of talent with so many creatives out there that it's just so much that we're going to fill the stage with talent and amazement here shortly. So what we'll be talking about is our fantasy series here with SUBSUME called Sorghum and Spear. But Sorghum and Spear is an African fantasy that I wrote as a kid, wanting to find myself included in fantasy and role-playing games. So from a passion of Ravenloft and Dragonlance and Dark Sun, I created a fantasy world of women who fight against an army of monsters, and particularly talk about the young girls who, due to their age of innocence, are looking to use their powers of sisterhood and friendship to somehow save their world. And with that, we've had a successful Kickstarter campaign twice. Well, we've had a original prequel book, graphic novel, and now looking at bringing the world of Sorghum and Spear into a new anthology. And with that, we'll bring on our extremely talented editor. I want to bring her to the stage here now. I apologize in advance because I think I could have a whole section to give this young lady her credits and absolute praises that are all due. So right now we have an award-winning short story writer, poet, and editor. Her current works inspired by myths and folklore, natural science, and the Mississippi Delta, 9-bar blues, stories from an ancient future, is her premiere debut right now. We know her for her legacy work of Dark Matter, also Fire, also now editor of the magazine of fantasy and science fiction, and so many great works with BSAM and her own creative endeavors. Please help me welcome Miss Cherie Renee Thomas. Cherie, it's a pleasure to have you here with us tonight.
Thank you so much, Dedrin. It's an honor to be here. I'm very happy to introduce these amazing writers. But first, I just want to say you have an awesome origin story for this wonderful collection. And I just think it's beautiful that a dream or a vision that you had when you were a child could be created and brought into the world and shared later. And so that's what this is about. So thank you so much for this. It has been a pleasure to read the stories of Sorghum and Spear. And I just want to say that the writers that you have gathered are just fantastic. We have a foreword from Nisi Shaw, the award-winning author and editor, and also community activist and organizer, Nisi Shaw. We also have beautiful poetry from Linda Addison, which is going to set the whole collection off. Just wonderful. We have amazing art and the design. There is a glossary so readers can immerse themselves into the world of the Enfray and the eternal realm. It's going to be amazing. So thank you.
As always, you honor me and not only with your work, but with your example. So it makes it easy to see myself included in a future of speculative fiction, when folks like yourself have shown such a blazing path we can all take. So with that, I want to thank you for that. Likewise, as we get ready to bring this plethora of talent to the stage, just know that this is just a sample of a fantastic group of writers from around the world who've done us a great honor to take some of their time to write stories that fit so seamlessly into the world of Arunaye. And as we talk about the Enfray women and the promise of Silk and Stone, we want to go ahead and bring them in and get a chance to hear some brilliance. So with that, I'm going to give the stage over to you as I bring our writers to the stage and offer a way to The Way of Silk and Stone. So I'll do that now.
Wow.
All right, with a tip of the hat, I'm going to turn it over to Miss Cherie. Thank you all so very much.
Right. We wanted you to hear some of the magic that I've been living with all this time and all these writers have been living with. So without any further um, introductions, Valjean Jeffers.
Good evening, everyone. My story is Pray for Peace, Prepare for War. And this is a very brief excerpt. Awake! Dekelada's terrified cry, Namazi could not ignore. The sorghum field, sister! Namazi bolted awake, jumped from bed, and ran outside, still in her nightshirt. From a distance, she could see white smoke in the fields. But this smoke was alive. It leaped and bounded through the stalks. Namazi threw her head back and screamed in an undulating wail. Instantly, the women of the Eternal awoke, ready for battle. Namazi's sisters rushed to her side, the three linked hands, and shut their eyes. Spears appeared in the other and free women's hands. When Namazi and her sisters opened their eyes, their orbs were black. They took off toward the field, their legs pumping in preternatural speed. And with a battle cry, the warrior women followed, surging forward as one.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Givens-Kurtz.
My story is called Hima's Test, and I am Nicole Givens-Kurtz. So a brief excerpt. Faster than sound, faster than Hima thought she could go. Her throat felt like she'd swallowed fire. It ripped and burned as if seared by a red-hot iron. Her tongue swept across the roof of her mouth, attempting to soothe the savage heat with what remained of the spit in her mouth. Tears streamed down her smooth cheeks and flung themselves into the sandy ground. It's too close. The Akibu had gotten way too close. As the demon chased, its mouth ready to devour her, Hima thought that punching it and sending it spiraling backwards should have been enough to give her room, distance. Instead, the demon rose in shock and fury, surprised at her strength. It had howled in pain, alerting the others. At the same time, she inhaled a tiny bit of its hazy aura, and now her entire mouth was aflame. The ocean's wind rustled her braids. She ignored it. She glanced down and stretched out her hands. Half moons littered her palms. Behind her, the Abiku's high-pitched giggling rose above the wind's whistling. She swallowed the searing ache in her throat and ran faster. With her thighs burning, her belly bouncing, she fled. She dipped around trees, over embedded rocks, and down coconuts. Her breath rushed in, fueling the fire in her throat. The demon's flames entered her mouth, raced down her and into her lungs. With her heartbeat roaring in her ears, she squared her wide shoulders and bellowed, "I won't stop."
Thank you. Eugen Bacon.
Hi, my story is called Nyamizi, the skinless one. So she's an albino, and it's a short tale about a child of two worlds, and she must find her destiny. Nyamizi is good with the arrow, bending the vushale just right before release. She's now perfect with a spear, but wonders if her weapons are enough to keep away an army of demons. Her mother did best to prepare her for the outside world. Stepping out of the cave, Nyamizi hadn't expected it to be surrounded by the worlds of her mother's stories. Tall palm trees with shiny leaves, pregnant with water, golden sand that warms toes, God-perfect waters filled with memory. That perfection is the world of the holy city, not here. Outside is worse than Nyamizi expected. It's dark and wet and full of smells. It's a horrible place to die, especially alone. After a night of following the sound of rain, she succumbs to sleep. There, her dreams become flesh. take on faces of long-haired warriors battling ruby-eyed beasts far older than time. Nyamizi stands entranced, white-eyed and watching. She beholds the beauty of war, the longing to guard and protect in a clink of swords, a whiz of arrows that look at you in the eye and make widows and orphans.
Kanisha Williams.
Hi, I'm Kanisha Williams, and I'll be reading from my story, The Rhythm of War. Before I existed, there was dance. After I am gone, there will be dance. Whether we are in chains or free, dance will exist. My mother said she knew I would be lithe and quick on my feet from the way I moved in her womb. She said that any time there was a rhythm or a beat, she could feel my vibrations matching the time. I was born to be a dancer, but in these uncertain times, I was called to be a fighter. Are you not excited? My sister Arjana asked. She's too young to fear war and thinks that going to the citadel like going to a party. I thank the All-Mother she was not called as I was. I watch her as she hops on one foot and then the other, making footprints in the red dust as she waits for my answer. I feel as if my throat is tightening and I will choke. My heart starts to beat erratically and I think about her question. I wasn't excited. I was scared for my life. I had only had one love in my life, a girl from the next village down named Sasanyu. Her name meant the happy one, and it fit her well, as any dress she wore on her beautiful frame. We would meet at the border and tell each other our secrets and our dreams. I prayed that one day one of us would be the vessel for our future daughters and we would be a family. Then she was called away to the citadel. It had been a year to the day since I last saw Sasanyu, and now I too am being called. I know not if she is alive or dead, know nothing of her labors since our time apart. There have been no letters sent and no sign that she's received mine. Is it possible that she still lives and her heart no longer beats for mine? I will know the answer soon and am as afraid of it as I am for the ending of my life. I have prayed to the All-Mother that she is alive, but sometimes I wonder what would be a worse fate, a world without Sasanyu in it or a world in which she no longer has love for me. I know it is a selfish thought and I am ashamed for it. Surely there is a logical reason why she has not contacted me.
Thank you. Thank you. Violet Meyer.
The name of my story is Zoe the Unexpected. Slowly, she opens her eyes again to survey her surroundings. Brown earth enclosed her balled up body in every direction. Chin to knees, she tries to turn towards the light. Small rocks pressing into her delicate obsidian skin. She manages to lift her arm enough to insert the fingers into a jagged crack and begin to claw. Claw like badger blood flowed through her veins, like the tips of her fingers were indestructible. The small hole expands easily, soil falling away in crumbling curtains. Within minutes, she is able to force her head and shoulder out of the hollow like a baby breaking through the birth canal.
Alicia McCalla.
My story is Heart Song and Blade. Every 25 years, there is a divinity cycle in the elders' village. They celebrate the festival of Heart Song and Blade. Twins come from miles around to be selected. Magically bonded twins are rare indeed, because one is always a formidable barbarian and the other an exceptional wielder of magic. When bonded, they are unstoppable. On the battlefield, with the magic bearer using the heart song to boost the strength of the barbarian. They destroy 20 demons at one time. The elders are always careful to select one twin pair who win many competitive events, but who importantly show each other the deepest respect. 3 twin pairs remained in the final festival race. Zev didn't care about the other competitors. Her single goal was to defeat her twin and be first. Zev was the oldest of the twins. Being first was her birthright, and besides, she was tired of everyone saying what a joy it was for Zola to be around and how graceful Zola was when she won. Yes, they'd made it to the final race, but in Zeb's opinion, Zola relied on magic too much and used it to win all of other competitive events. Brute strength was what was more important to the wins, but it was always an afterthought to Zola's amazing magical feats. Zev loved her twin, but geez, the village treated Zola like she was a reincarnation of the Great Mother.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Your voices are so distinctive, and yet the common thing for each of you is the beauty of your writing. The beauty of the writing. That's what struck me. Dedrin created this huge, amazing world, this realm of strong, powerful women and girls coming of age. The stories that you've created tell tales of family, sisterhood, intergenerational tales. It isn't just about fighting, defending your nation, defending yourself, defending your culture. It is also about discovering what it is you need to overcome inside of yourself. Each of you created characters that are memorable and distinctive, and so many vivid descriptions. I felt like I was there with the wind going through my hair. The descriptions you did are just wonderful. So I would like to pose a question for you as we talk about the work that you've created in this shared universe that you are building individually and together for this wonderful collection. How did you approach that call? How did you decide to orient yourself in this huge world? Where did you begin? What is your process? If anyone would like to just get us started, that would be wonderful.
I can start. When Dedrin invited me to write a story for Sorghum and Spear, I was really excited because I think anything African, and going back to my roots, my stories are usually of memory and longing, and this just really got me. I wasn't very sure what I wanted to write about, but I knew that I wanted to write a story of motherhood and a child. I wanted to focus on the child, and a child who's an other, displaced, and that's why the concept of Nyamizi being the skinless one, being an albino, so to the people, she was a person of no skin, became a natural story. And I had to write it in such a way that eventually she would need to go on a journey. And so it meant that in a way, her mother would need to die so that Nyamizi would then find her place in the world. And so that's part of my story, and just the excitement with which I approached it. It was a really easy story to write. Some stories are really hard, like it's a lot of work, but this one told itself. I just really immersed myself into it.
And just for our audience, can you tell them a little bit about where you are in the world?
Yes. So I am in Melbourne. I am an African Australian. I was born in Tanzania in East Africa, and I grew up in Kenya because my father worked in Kenya. And then I moved to the UK and lived there for a while, and my son was born there. And then I moved to Melbourne. So I am a multicultural person, and I have a lot of hybridity. And so that hybridity and the otherness, and that sometimes that sense of not belonging, tends to infuse itself into my writing.
Thank you so much, Eugen. Wonderful. Hi, would anyone else like to add to that or talk about how you approached writing an original short story for this wonderful anthology?
I'll jump in. So my story is about a relationship between two women that started in their village, and then one goes away, and then the other one is also recruited. And there is an underlying theme about PTSD in the story, because people don't think about when you go to war or when you're training for war, that you can become a different person a lot of times. War changes you, preparing for war changes you. And that's what happens to one of them, and they're trying to get back to the person that they loved before. Is that same person there? And I always tell people this is a funny story. So I'm an Army recruit that never got to be in the Army. I couldn't make weight. So I never got to actually be in the military, but I had done all the signups, did the test to get in, and was able to get in, except for not being able to make weight. I have a very military family, and my cousin actually has seen a lot of combat. And I was talking to his wife, and she was saying that when he came back from Afghanistan, she was almost afraid of him because he was a different person. He couldn't sleep at night. He would wake up. He was very paranoid, all of those things. And I think sometimes war in movies and media is glorified, and they don't talk about the effects of the people you leave behind or the people you come back to when that happens. So I wanted to touch on that in my writing.
I can that's what Kanisha just said it's just very important. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. So I understand, and I am a decorated war veteran. So I do understand war. And my son was in the Navy before we lost him to sea. So a lot of people don't really understand the military. And I think those are very important things that she just said about PTSD. As far as my story is concerned, I decided to write about sisters. I hope my sisters don't watch this, because I kind of used them. We had sibling rivalry. And so I actually did twins. I don't have a twin, but I do have, my sisters are about 10 and 12 years younger than me. And so there's always kind of this push-pull between sisters. And so I decided to take two twins. One is light and one is or albino, and one is dark. And the dark one is the barbarian, and she's aggressive, and she is feels like brute strength is the way to go. And the other is magic and light and fluffy, and everybody just loves her. And so this really is a basic story of jealousy. One sister is jealous of the other, and they have to learn how to respect one another. And what does that look like? I think that's very important, even though I started talking about my own sisters. But I think as African-American women, we can find ourselves sometimes jealous of our own sisters, jealous of her because she's got this hair, or because she looks this way, or she thinks she's this way, or she's got this husband, or she's got this girlfriend, or she dresses this way. It's pure foolishness. We need to learn how to respect each other. And so that's what my story is about.
I think it's important to have examples of sisterhood, because there is a active portrayal of that cattiness and antagonistic attitudes that you see in media for Black women that isn't actually all that accurate. We need more examples of positive sisterhood, and I like that your story features that. My story is called He Must Test, and what I wanted to do was write a story about a fat Black woman or girl doing something marvelous, because I'm fat, and I'm Black, and I've been fat my whole life, and fat, according to other people. I've been a chunky girl my entire life, and I remember being picked last because people didn't think I was athletically capable. And so He Must Test is about, it's a fairy tale. She's in love with the Baron, the Lord's or Lord, the woman, the royal lady in charge of the so is test go against these initially her
Okay, Nicole, we think we lost you a little bit. That's an important part of Okay, so we've lost Nicole for a moment. We'll have her return and have her audio and have her repeat some of that. It was really wonderful part of her comments about he must test. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Anyone else want to add to that? How did you come to your story? How did you approach writing your original story for the anthology?
When I approached it, and I began to create, I saw it as kind of a community of women, strong, powerful, magical, but at the same time besieged from the outside by these evil forces. And to me, it's analogous to what the Black community is dealing with. The Black community is very I might get emotional talking about this. If I do, forgive me. There is a lot of love, a lot of closeness in the Black community. In some, I mean, like the love and the closeness I feel for my family. Yet we are often besieged by outside forces that try to tear us apart. So when I began to write, that's what I tapped into that. And then there was the imagery to me of the sorghum as being something magical that would give you strength. You anoint yourself with it. And also the symbolism of the forever war, because where we are now in this country, and I hate to bring in politics, but I will, you reach what you think is a plateau. And then you're like, oh shit, here we go again. We got to fight this. We got to fight. You know what I'm saying? So I think in a lot of times when we're writing, well, who you are is going to find its way onto the page. Whatever you're dealing with is going to find its way into the page. So that's just my take on what I tapped into when I was writing my story. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Valjean. Nicole, thank you. You were just telling us about the test and why. It's all right. We heard, I believe we heard clearly the part about the origin of it, from your childhood and everything, and why you thought it was important.
Yep.
So just pick up from there again.
Sure. Really briefly, the story is about love. It's about a royal who has a daughter and he must in love with her, and they've been friends their entire lives, and they're in love with each other. However, the mother doesn't think that Hema is good enough because of her station and because of the way she looks, and so she devises this test where every morning Hema has to go out for 7 days in a row and outrace the Akibu, who are outside this walled citadel. And so she does that. And the mother thinks it's a great test because there's no way he was going to be able to do this. She's overweight. She doesn't look healthy in her mind. And so she thinks, oh, this would be great. Once she fails, I'll be rid of my daughter's unwanted suitor. And my daughter can then focus on marrying someone I want her to marry, of course. And that's the plan. It doesn't always work out that way, of course. But the test for Hema is to A, determine her worth, B, to find inner strength, and 3, because to some degree she agrees with the mother that she's not worthy of the girl's love. And so there's a lot of internal character development here and internal conflict. Also, there's a lot of external conflict with the mother and also with the Akibu. So it's a pretty cool story, I think.
It is a cool story, and I'm so happy I got a chance to read it, and all these other wonderful stories. So thank you, Nicole. Thank you for being patient. Yes.
I was inspired by when Dedrick gave me the background to this comic, this world that he created. So I wanted to create a character that seamlessly fit there. And I write glimpses of human emotion. So my characters in my stories are the unexpected. you are encountering someone. I want you to feel the fear she felt by being kidnapped in a strange land among things that was there to destroy her. And the only thing that she can connect to bring her home was her sister. And in the middle of this, she was able to channel her to her.
I like that. I like the sisterhood aspect of that story, Violet.
Yeah, I really like the relationship aspect as well, because usually in my stories, although I write speculative fiction, it's really about the characters and their relationship with other characters and their relationships with themselves. But I also like what you said, Violet, about what Dedran did. He made it so easy for us to write these stories because the world is so robust. There's language and there's place, and there are these amazing women that we could all connect with. And that's why it was a really easy story for me to write. Yeah.
I picked a section of the Bible that hadn't been developed as thoroughly. And so my section is a land by the sea. And so that gave me an opportunity to do some world building within the world. And I based the land off the moors. And so it was really exciting for me because he was like, yeah, I haven't really developed that section yet, but go ahead. And I was like, yes, I get to world build in a world already built. And so it was just a lot of fun developing that world and developing the things that occurred within that walled city right there on the sea. And it's actually based on a real Moorish community. So that was really nice. And I think that Dedran's work for making such an expansive world to begin with made it that much easier for us. I agree.
I totally agree, Nicole. One of the things that was fascinating to me, I went both ways. So when he first approached me and then I went and read, I was like, oh my God, all this world building, how the heck am I going to get my stuff fit in this, right? Where am I going with this? But it was neat because it was so well thought out and so well laid out. You kind of have the idea, and I love the themes. I love the way in which the world building flowed and the characters. And I even bought the comic. I was like, I want to see this. I gotta see these people. And I was kind of secretly hoping that the anthology would come out and it would actually be an illustrated anthology, and we would each get our own characters and we could see the world like come alive. You hear me?
Manifest. You speak it into existence. All right. Dedran, you hear that?
hint there.
hint.
Illustrated
like collectible posters, right? With the characters, right? Or a deck of tarot cards. That would be amazing.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Oh man, that would be role playing games. Why not?
Yes. I said to Dedran, you have all these characters. What the hell am I going to do? Can I create my own character? He said you can do whatever you want. And that made it amazing.
Yeah, I even brought in the I'm sure I'm going to mispronounce this. Arisha. Say it again, Alicia.
Arisha.
I've still. Arishna. Is that how you say it?
Orisha.
You mean Arisha?
Thank you. Thank you, Arisha. Oh, she's so pretty. Yeah.
Like Oshun or something like that?
Yeah, I did. Oshun. That was the one I brought in. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I can see that influence. I can see that totally in your story. Oshun. All right. Yeah.
I like to create with the loa in the these pronunciations kill me. I'm sorry.
Saying that's correct.
Okay. I like to create, but I'm always very respectful because I'm not a Vodun practitioner. So I want to be very, very careful because I don't want to offend anyone. And actually the only loa whose name I will use from time to time is Papa Legba. He's my favorite.
Cherie, I had a question for you. You had an opportunity to read all of our stories. Did you have different emotions as you were reading the stories? What were some of your feelings that, as far as the world and what you saw us actually create?
One of the things I noticed when I was reading is that I felt like if my children were young again, this is a work I would share with them, because I felt that it showed different different representation. It was intersectional. It showed it was intergenerational. It showed that life isn't easy, but if you can challenge yourself, you can overcome fears. I felt like it was a really wonderful work to give young people and even older people who need that lifting up. It was very good for the self-esteem. So even though there were scary parts of it, there are demons, the Yobiku are coming for you, and even sometimes like in Nicole's story, like people can be scared. I thought that was a kind of a very devilish thing for the royal to do, to send Hema out there to almost get killed, just to keep her from marrying her daughter. That was terrible, So it shows that we're not flawless. We have human, personalities and weaknesses that we have to work on. But I felt like it was perfect book for particularly Black girls, Black women to read, and for it to be written from the perspective of all these different wonderful, mostly women. The collection is mostly women. We do have some men in the book. They haven't joined us today, but that's really important to see that. Another thing I noticed when I was reading is that the land that you all created, like Nicole's, and by the water, there's, we have the dust. There's like so much, the desert. We have so much natural environment. And I'm a person, I'm inspired by natural science. I'm inspired by the land and the work. I try to put that in my writing, as well as, like you said, the strong characters, as Eugene was talking about, that we think about. There are also very serious issues in it. It's not a light or fluffy book. There are some humorous parts in it, and but like Anisha is saying, she's writing themes that I think that people, whether you are used to reading speculative fiction or not, are going to be able to connect with, and it's going to resonate with you on an emotional level. It's a lot of just different work. One of the things I did play around with was the order of the stories, because depending on where you put the stories, you create a different mood in the readers. There's a rhythm to it. How do you want them to enter the world, and what do you want them to feel, and how do you want them to feel sustained, that they can keep reading on if they read it linearly. I don't read anthologies from page 1 to page last. I kind of move around. But if you do move through it, what is the mood that you're setting? And then how do you want them to end? What's the last story? What's the last line of the book that you want them to have before they close it and think on it, So that was something I, playing around with that order, because there were different energies you could create with the stories. Yeah.
I am glad that you mentioned about the young adult, because when I was thinking about this, I looked at the comic, I definitely felt like this was for a younger audience. And so I kind of wrote in that way. And I remember reading the story to my husband, and he said, that's very different, than what you've written before. It's you and it's your voice. But I think I approached it with the idea that I wouldn't say edutainment, but I was feeling like there was a message to be shared or given to a young person in this particular one.
What really struck me when you're all reading was the synergy in the stories. We never saw each other's stories before, but you could see the connection. You could see this is a continuous story, that there's that connection, and that was just marvelous.
I was just typing. I don't know why I'm typing. They are in such conversation. They really are. It was almost as if you were sitting at a retreat together and brainstorming, or in a writer's room working on these stories together. But you really were in your own individual, around the world actually, writing these stories from that Bible that Dedrin created, but so uniquely stamped with your work. I'm familiar with Nicole's work, and she writes in a range of genres. You cannot pick one for many of you, you are very talented and what we say, you wear multiple crowns, right? You queens wear a lot of crowns. So you can occupy a lot of creative space. But it's just like certain things, signatures. I'm reading more and more, exploring more of Eugene's work, and there's certain things that Eugene does that's very clear in this as well. Valjean, I've been a fan of her for many years. So, it's just, and it was just great discovering some of the newer voices new to me. And I look forward to learning more about how you tell stories in a way that you approach your craft. One other thing I want to ask you is about the research. One of my favorite things when I'm approaching a new story, once I figure out what the characters may be, is the research. And I always love adding some kind of juicy bit of research in it that maybe the reader will never know, but I know, how I layered it in there. Is there anything interesting or unusual that you learned and discovered, or that you got a chance to kind of dive into when you were working on these stories?
I learned a lot about the Moors. Okay, so the actual citadel and the palace is actually based on a real place in Spain, where the Moors had a palace there. And so all of the descriptions that you see in the story, read in the story, actually existed in this palace. And they still do. The palace is still there. It's still there. Yeah. And so
for like 800 years. I mean, the fact that we have the Spanish tiles are actually African tiles.
They are. So yes. So a lot of what you see in Hima's test is based on my research into the Moors. And so I mentioned that earlier, but I wanted something that felt authentic. In Dresden's world, which is also is based on, right, sorghum is a real thing, and it's a real crop and necessity in certain areas on the continent. And so I wanted to have something that also fits with what he had already built, but was also a little different because, it was brand new.
Thank you. Anyone else had some fun research or even challenging? Something that was tough. I know the Eugene story was very easy for her to write. Anyone else want to talk about the research aspect that you did?
The sorghum, Nicole just mentioned the sorghum, and I did a little research on that because, my story was close to stalks, a sorghum field, and how important it was. And then because I wanted to bring water into the story, then I had to do some research on the richness. So that was, along with the world building that Deidre had done. That's a very extensive, very developed world. So I had to familiarize myself with that in order to write the story.
I added sorghum tea, so I did the research. But it was interesting for me because my husband and I had traveled to Ghana, I think a few months before Deidre asked me to write the story. Oh. So when I thought about the African village that I was working on, I immediately thought about the places that we went in Ghana, which was very interesting. So I kind of went back and looked at pictures of our trip to kind of help me to lay out what that landscape looked like. And in particular, there was a forest that we visited, and it had this landscape that you kind of walked over. They put these bridges across there. And so I was kind of interested. You look down and there's like snakes and all this stuff. And it was so cool. Right. But I set up the track in that kind of environment from what I could remember from Ghana. It was very interesting.
Well, I would say this, the work feels very real. It's a combination not only of the world that you're entering, but how you brought yourselves to it. It is very, very authentic. I feel like it's visual. And so it anthology, graphic novel, maybe an animated series, maybe a live series. I don't know, maybe a movie. I've definitely see it, the stories moving on, the characters continuing, being a part of the world. So thank you all for that. I would love for our audience to learn more about your work, where they can get it right now. Of course, our wonderful anthology will be out in September. You'll be able to read and see and experience these stories for yourselves. We hope that you read and discuss it with people. We hope that you review it and give it out as gifts. Teach from it. Vacation Bible schools, camps, and all of that good stuff. Take it with you on your vacations. Because it's one of those books that I really feel like is good for young to 80, 85, 100, a large audience. So just say your name of your story again, and then tell us where we can support you in your work, what titles we can look for, and what you're excited about next. That would be wonderful. If you could begin, Violet, that would be wonderful.
You can find me at violetmeyer.com. It was such a pleasure to write Zoe the Unexpected. It was a beautiful challenge, and I'm glad I accepted it. I'm working on a new book called Oracles, and my latest release is Hags, Haints, and Hoodoo.
All right.
You can find me everywhere on social media. And side note, Eugen, your voice is so lovely. If this ever becomes an audiobook, you should be the one to read it.
All right.
Thank you, Violet.
Thank you. All right. Well, Eugen.
Well, you can find me on Twitter at Eugen Bacon. I also have a website, eugenbacon.com. And I really connected with this story because my grandmother actually lived in the village. And although I grew up in the city, we'd go to the village to visit her. So sorghum is a natural thing to me, and I really connected with that. And my works, I have The Road to Whoop Whoop, which is a collection of stories, and it's a blend of the African and Australian. And I do have a collection coming up soon called Down to Black Thing, which is something I'm really excited about because it focuses on women and children. And there's the village aspect as well, and the blend of cultures.
And I'm going to plug that Eugen has a story in the magazine of fantasy and science fiction, and in the Cyberpunk anthology as well. So yeah.
I'm very excited about that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Nicole?
Yeah. All right. So my story in the anthology is called He Must Test, which has fantastic world building and is awesome. If you like fantastic world building, you may want to try my Kingdom of Avis mystery series, the first of which is Kill 3 Birds, and the second of which is A Theft Most Foul. You can find those on Amazon or at NicoleGivensKurtz.net.
Thank you. Thank you. Alicia?
My story was Heart Song and Blade, and you can find me at www.aliciamacala.com, where you will find superheroes, supernatural thrillers, and huntresses. I pretty much like to write, I guess I can't curse, but Black warrior women, but I really want to say kick-ass Black women, right? I also like to riff and talk a lot about current TV shows and all kinds of things that are going on. So if you guys want to come on over and take a look at my blog and listen to my podcast and listen to me read my audiobooks, that would be cool.
Thank you. Thank you. Valjean.
Okay. The name of my story is Pray for Peace, Prepare for War. I just dropped the third novel in my Mona Live Long Paranormal Detective series. It's a story about a sorceress who is also a detective fighting otherworldly themes. I like to write horror, science fiction, Afrofuturism, you name it. Folks can find me at www.thejeffersandqville.com. I'm also on Amazon and just all over the web. So I'm pretty easy to find.
Thank you. Thank you. Kanisha.
My story is The Rhythm of War. And right now I have out a vampire novel called Blood Debt. You can find that on Amazon, and you can keep up with me at KenishaWilliams.com.
Thank you all so very much for sharing some of your time with us. Really honored to be in your presence and to have had a chance to read your work and to just kind of live in your minds a little bit on the page. It is a very interesting time. I think that this art is very necessary and much needed. So thank you all so much. Sorghum and Spear, right?
Thanks for having us. I appreciate you.
Pleasure.
And with that, thank you so much, Cherie, and thank you so much, everyone. It's just listening backstage and being able to just vibe in the stories that I've had the pleasure to read again and again over this point in time, to see the breadth and energy and just the power of which y'all willed this humble starter story of sorghum. I'm trying to find the words. It's moving. I mean, I really do want to come with a point of sincere appreciation. Because having this type of a pantheon of talent like this, to be able to call upon and just have this level of mastery of not just story but of humanity, and I think y'all really nailed it. That that was always a point of mine with sorghum is not focusing on who wasn't there but who was there, and particularly as we had the image in this world of women, particularly of Black women and women of color, that throughout the diaspora, could support and sustain and thrive. And when I read each of your stories, it just really reinforced just the power of womanhood. And it's just always something that's just mystified me, and just from a point of appreciation and wanting to see those stories on and off the page. Y'all are just such a great representation of my wildest hopes and dreams for this thing. I just want to just say thank y'all again. And
we all need crowns. You have to buy every last one of them. Yeah.
I'll ship the crowns with your illustrated novel, right? There we go. So it'll be a package deal, I think, right? So we'll work on that. But with that, again, thank y'all so very much, and likewise, Cherie. Again, just from this was born out of Black Tasticon, y'all. Just we were talking about spaces, and that's another thing we talk about, not only just being able to share our work and share our worlds, but having the spaces to survive and thrive and re-energize. And I just want to give a shout out to Black Tasticon and those founders, Balajikun Ajitade and Milton Davis and so many others that made this space where I could meet a hero of mine like a Cherie in the real world and beseech this woman that I have this idea and maybe that we together could make a thing, and here we are, and I think that we've got the world to go forward. So I know with y'all it'll and Alicia, again, I want to make sure to give you your propers as a founder as well. Thank you. But again, that just kind of shows where together, we've got such a fantastic community of talent, and there's really nowhere else to look but within ourselves to be able to tell the stories and be the victors of tomorrow. So with that, I just want to make sure again to thank you, and again, Cherie, again, my honor to you always, for taking the chance to listen to this story and giving us a platform to hopefully do these amazing things together. With that, I'll close this out just to say thank you, and again to everyone that this anthology is really going to be something for the ages. So with that, we appreciate everyone. Thank you so much.
It's coming out during my birthday.
There we go. So, all of those.
I said it's coming out during my birthday.
There you go. So now we got the birthday magic on top of it. We cannot fail. So. With that, I want to thank everybody so much for their time and attention. Again, this has been the panel for Sorghum and Spear, The Way of Silk and Stone, with our talented cast of the upcoming anthology. So we want to thank you so very much. ask you to stay tuned as we close out this panel and continue on to celebrate Creative Juneteenth here with the SUBSUME Summit. Thank you so very much.
Good night. Bye.
And that's a cut. So you don't have to. And indeed, it is a cut and transition to 1 p.m. And thank you so very much for being a part of our programming. And again, you just heard from our fantastic litany of anthology writers, as well as our editor and honored part of the Sorghum Spear and SUBSUME family, Cherie Renee Thomas, talking about the way of Silken Stone, the Sorghum Spear anthology that we've been working on to expand the world of the Onfray and the Sorghum Spear legacy that we'll be looking to bring out this fall as part of the newest of a couple of announcements with Sorghum Spear. So that's the very first time that we've had a chance here within the pandemic to kind of get together and vibe on that storyline and the stories to come. So I'm very excited to share with everyone the fantastic things I've had a chance myself to read and be able to have the part of this world really and truly be bigger than myself. So again, thank you so very much with that. So to that, here at the top of the hour, we'll go ahead, or right now actually, go ahead and bring in our next panel. We are looking at bringing in Mr. Marcus Hayes and his esteemed panel, and we'll talk about geeking with purpose, geeking with a purpose. And so with that, I'm going to bring these fine gentlemen to the stage and let them tell us, because I'm actually curious to that. I'm going to bring that in, give a warm introduction and welcome to our panelists. And so we'll go ahead and let technology to help us bring us to that point. So the Ratchetemic himself as labels, Marcus, you got so many. I want to give you your propers, Dr. Hayes, and make sure that for yourself and our panel here, welcome to Creative Juneteenth here with SUBSUME. We're honored and appreciate to have y'all's time and talents be a part of this. With that, please, I'm just simply going to turn it over to our esteemed team here and let you guys go for it. So again, thank you so very much. Marcus, take it away.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for coming to see us, and thank you panelists for coming to join us. For those of you who may be unfamiliar, my name is Marcus Haynes. I am an instructor, writer, educator, just all around everything dealing with geek culture, pretty much. And what I wanted to bring to you all today is just a short discussion that we'll have about geeking with a purpose. Because I see that we've really kind of taken into consideration a lot of these different aspects of geek culture, of being able to sort of see video games, science fiction, fantasy, horror, all these things being embedded into our popular culture. So I really wanted us to have a sort of a roundtable discussion about what it means to bring this geeking with a purpose. But in order to do that, you of course have to be introduced to the esteemed guest that I brought in to do such a thing. So I'm going to let them introduce themselves, and then we can get started with our conversation. From me, I think I'll start with Kenneth. So go ahead.
Okay. Hey everyone. My name is Kenneth Broom. I am originally from Mississippi. I now teach in Georgia in HBCU, and I really enjoy it. I guess talking about my geek nature is very, ingrained in the way that I teach, in the way that I present information to my students, and pretty much everybody has enjoyed it. I also work as an editor, and for both a website and for fiction, urban fantasy novels, and things like that, and do a little writing on my own. So, yeah. So that's pretty much me. Oh no, I think Marcus froze.
Technical difficulties, everyone. Technology always comes right when we need it. So, sorry, Kenneth, can you just go back to just kind of giving us a bit of an introduction as to who you are and how you came to this idea of geek culture?
Oh, okay. How I came to geek culture? Well, that's a long story that started a long time ago. I guess the easiest way to kind of explain it is just to say that I mean, I grew up watching cartoons and things like that. And one thing I learned very later on in life was that I probably had a good experience with it. Um, all of my cousins were into like Pokemon, Power Rangers, Digimon, and things like that. So I never got like teased for like liking these geeky things. So I never really understood that they were geeky things until later on in life. So, and I just continue to do it now.
Cool. Theron, you're next on my screen.
Hello, my name is Theron Wilkerson. I am from Carthage, Mississippi, but I currently teach in Jackson, Mississippi High School. And I'm a poet and playwright. I'm also a historian. And I came into geek culture as like a 9-year-old. I used to watch Toonami with my sister, Sailor Moon, Pokemon, Dragon Ball Z. And so that was like a really important like way for us to bond. And so I really appreciated like that experience. But I actually did have the experience after having moved to Carthage, Mississippi. I actually did have the experience of, understanding that this was kind of geek culture. But what was interesting is that a lot of the people who were able to call me a geek actually watched things like Dragon Ball Z. So, I continue to kind of watch it even into this day. I also play video games as well. And so, I just really think that the imagination is very important, and that's what I dig when I get into it.
Go ahead, Willie.
Well, hi, my name is Willie Lawson. I'm from Deerfield Beach, Florida, but I'm currently in Atlanta, Georgia. I am a writer and an educator. I teach college composition at Kennesaw State. And when did I discover that I was a geek? It wasn't really, I guess, a discovery. I kind of grew up in it. My mother has been in that whole sphere her whole life, so it was kind of a day one thing for me. Twilight Zone and Stephen King and things like that since I was like 3 or 4. So it was kind of like my normal life. I didn't really realize that it was like geek culture until I was an adult, and social media kind of told me that it was because it was just my normal experience.
Okay. So something I'm seeing in all of our stories, and that kind of connects to mine as well, because I was also introduced to, I guess, geek culture at a young age, is that for many people, this is seen as kid stuff. This is the stuff that you do when you're younger. You run home after school to kind of get engaged with this. But it seems like all of us have continued that sort of interest in geek culture, even into our adult age. And I'm curious, like, why do you think that you stayed invested in these things that were introduced to you when you were younger? Let's start off with Theron.
Yeah, I think that I'm still invested, especially because, even though people say that, this is children's, it's really not marketed to children. If we're talking about like in Japan, if we're talking about like anime, this is something that is, for mature audiences. And even in terms of like the themes that come out of it, I'm a historian. Even I wasn't a historian before that, but if you talk about like, some of the themes that come out of anime, they're like heavy, and they cause you to really think about like life and governmental structures, like people's nature, and so I just feel like it's very complex in many ways as well. And, I think that there's a dramatic element that, I don't necessarily find in, quote unquote live action films or, even reality TV, right? Which is fun to watch. But, I think that, anime or even things like comic books provide a world that you just don't get in other media. So that's why I continue to still watch it. And you know, it's more interesting to, well, I wouldn't say more, but it's very interesting to be able to like connect with people who participate in that, and who have participated in it since they were young, and now they're older. And you know, we're having the silly debates about like who's stronger than who, but we're also like, so what would Batman be without money? You know, like, and so now we're getting into some very interesting conversations around, you know, like, is he only a superhero because he's rich? And so those are kind of those are some very interesting talking points to look through, and I think that they even reflect our current social structure. So that's why I still watch and still engage in geek culture even as an adult.
Okay. Kenneth, why are you still invested and engaged in geek culture?
I think the easiest answer to that is just because I love it. That's probably the easiest answer. One thing I really love is horror. And I guess it's interesting to ask ourselves, like, what is geek culture? Because anybody's like hobby may be considered geek culture. I really enjoy horror, and I use it in my classes. And a lot of people are like, why do you like horror? It's like, why are you always trying to be scared? Well, why do you like action movies? You go get the same story over and over again. Man meets woman, man saves woman, bam, it's the end of the story. And I'm at least when I'm looking at fantasy and sci-fi and horror and things like that, the story has a more diverse setting and can change at any moment. So I really enjoy watching those things. And kind of speaking to what Daniel said about it not being for kids, literally last night I randomly started watching an anime on Netflix. I cannot remember the full name of it. I just know the word Ragnarok is in the title. And in Africa, it's basically the guys, like all guys from all types of religion, decide to have a war against humanity to decide if humanity gets to live for another 1,000 years. And one of the goddesses they feature a lot is Aphrodite. Aphrodite is so scantily dressed, and her chest is so big that she has 2 servants that have to hold her chest up for her. And I'm like, clearly this was not meant for kids if this is like here. So it's just the fact that, you know, people will say like this is for kids, but clearly it's not. It is for everyone. So that's why I continue to engage with it, because it's for everyone. So I'm going to enjoy something that I enjoy.
It took me a minute, but now I think I know what show you're talking about. I think I've seen the memes of that version of Aphrodite. But yes, so Willie, same question. Why are you still invested in geek culture?
My investment, I guess, in geek culture, sort of, I guess, juxtaposes Theron's a little bit. Where Theron's investment is due to like the multi-layered nuances and things like that. For me, it's more so I'm looking at the simplistic nature of some of these story elements and what they do for me in terms of like helping me not become cynical, helping me not become jaded. I think that a lot of times as we become adults, we distance ourselves from those things that we consider to be childish. And we distance ourselves from those things, we lose that innocence, we lose that connection to those emotions and those feelings. And I feel like the things that I experience with fantasy, particularly fantasy, because it's my favorite of the geek genres, is a way to keep me sort of innocent. The seeing of the hero in their journey, knowing that there's going to be a victor, or usually a victor at the end, knowing that there's still hope. Because in everyday life, in the real world, we don't always get that. We don't always see justice. We don't always see the victor or the hope. So I think that that's a way for me to still experience that in my life when it's not always present in my real life.
Okay. And Willie, you actually bring up a good point. Well, all of you all do. But I'm curious, because we talk about, you know, we may be thinking of this somewhat as childish things, and that sort of notion has to be dispelled. But as I think when we get older and we start to look deeper into these texts, we start to understand, well, no, there are layers, there are nuances. And those nuances can be those multi-layered sort of ideas, or they could be that sort of simplistic, just sort of idealistic ideas. So I'm curious now as to what it is that we think of some of these things that we take away from these geek culture, be it sort of more so in the simplistic nature or maybe in the sort of multifaceted nature. Is there something unique about geek culture you think that can kind of present these type of ideas? Well, I saw Willie move first, so maybe he has something on his spirit.
Okay. Can you say the last part of your question once more?
What is it that you think makes geek culture this sort of idea that has so many different facets that anybody of any age can engage with it?
So I think that, at least for me, one of the big things that makes geek culture and the things under that umbrella so desirable, so attractive, is that we are able to put ourselves in the shoes of others in situations that we don't always get a chance to do so. I think that we sometimes restrict ourselves in our lives to our own personal experiences. And that limits how we are able to engage with other experiences and the experiences of other people. But when we are engaging with the things within the culture, the books, the stories, the movies, there's this idea of the suspension of disbelief. And we believe everything that we see. And because we believe these things to be true, we believe these themes to be true, we're able to accept them as truth, which allows us to look more closely at the things that are going on around us. Because we're able to place ourselves in those situations that we wouldn't experience in an everyday type environment.
Kenny, anything that you want to add to this idea of why it is that geek culture is so multifaceted?
I think a lot of it has to do with kind of what Willie was hitting on, that fantasy especially allows us to see ourselves in a different light. For a long time, Hollywood only makes like comedies with Black leads because Black people like comedies, but Black people don't really watch horror, so why put Black people in horror movies? But the truth is, like, everybody is multifaceted and everybody loves everything. If you put someone there, then people are going to watch it. And when it comes to fantasy, especially, I've told you the story before. When I was growing up and watching X-Men, Storm was my favorite. Like, I didn't care who else was on screen. Storm was there. I saw myself in this Black woman featured on TV or in this cartoon. So seeing myself represented on screen, whether she was a woman or man, a child or adult, whatever, seeing myself on the screen said, hey, I can see myself here. And not to bring this up again, but that's one of the reasons Black Panther was such a big deal, was like Black kids got to see themselves like represented as a hero and as a villain, like literally everybody was Black, so you could be any type of character in this story. So that's one of the reasons why I think fantasy or geek culture is so multifaceted, because everyone is multifaceted.
And I think that example of Black Panther is probably an amazing example to bring that up. RIP to Chadwick Boseman. I think that does really show a lot of multifaceted nature. But I think it even can expand beyond that. So I'm curious as to if Theron has anything else to add to this ongoing conversation.
Yeah, I also think that it's fun, I think about my nephew and how he came into like Teenage Ninja Mutant Turtle, and it also like gave him an opportunity to like emulate a lot of that comedy that came from those brothers in that setting. And he grew up in a very interesting kind of way because we're all grown and he is the only kid in the space. And so I began to like really see how he like embodied some of that like comedic element, and how he was able to make sense of the comedic elements in our own home, and how we talk to each other and sometimes slightly made fun of each other. And I began to see him take on some of those personalities as well, and it gave him a lot of confidence in the way that he navigates the world. But then also like it's fun because he wants to like play Pokemon, and he wants to play Super Smash Brothers. And and I've noticed that as he's getting older, he's like, "Oh, I want to challenge you to Super Smash Brothers." And so it's competitive as well. And I even think about like previously when I used to play the game when I was younger. I was really just interested in catching the Pokemon and going through the adventure. But now, like, I'm really interested in like the competitive aspects of it. And so, there are different elements that you get from it. And I think that people zone in on it for all of these different elements. And so it is multifaceted in that way.
I think what you brought up, that idea, sort of like almost a sort of a multi-generational sort of bonding thing, is something that a couple of us here probably can sort of relate to, whether it be, from ourselves or people around us. They can kind of really build these connections with other people that we might not have many other interests in line with. But we all can sit down and watch anime together. We all can sit down and get on these sticks with Smash Brothers together. So yeah, all these different sort of things really help to bring geek culture as this multifaceted, multi-use, multi-generational sort of tool that can really help all of us. And I think this is something that we, have demonstrated in day-to-day life. Putting together this panel was not accidental. I think that each of you all have different ideas and different sort of things that you bring to your own personal and professional lives through this lens of geek culture. And I think it can be important for us to kind of dig into that, to get to understand not just what geek culture has done for us, but sort of expand that lens out to where we can see what geek culture can do for other people and how we can use it to really geek with a purpose. So thinking about just sort of how we can even use geek culture in a professional lens. Kenny, like, you have really been able to kind of build a side career off of this idea of geek culture through different editing work and things of that sort. So I'm curious as to how you feel about your work helping to bring geek culture to the masses.
Well, I guess I can talk about that in two ways. One, like I said earlier, I use horror in my classes. I teach composition and lit most of the time. Well, composition most of the time, and I teach African American lit. This is the first semester I'm going to try and teach my African American lit class while adding in sci-fi and fantasy as well. We'll see how that goes. I'm hoping that they will enjoy it. I'm pretty sure they will. Students tend to enjoy my horror and fantasy in composition. And like I said, most of the time I use it as a theme just around how I present the papers or the information that I give that kind of goes into like what I'm looking for in the paper themselves. One thing I do also I always say is that I do also have sometimes students that are like, I don't like to talk about and watch horror. So I'm like, okay, so I have to figure out how to get around that with you. But yeah, for the most part, it's been really good. And when it comes to like professional, besides just that, I go to a lot of conferences where I talk about horror most of the time, and hopefully getting to go to Multiverse Con this year and talk about having children in horror and like how that affects the way we watch or look at the horror, either when the child is the victim or in times when the child is the actual predator in the horror movie. Then also I work for Black Nerd Problems as an editor. So I spend a lot of time like reading a lot of Black culture, a lot of culture from a Black lens, and, like I said, editing it onto the site and for them.
So for the people who might not be aware, what is Black Nerd Problems?
Okay, so Black Nerd Problems is a website started by Will Evans and Omar Holman, and basically it is what it says it is. It's a website that talks about Black nerd problems from Black nerd perspectives, and not just Black, but the entire POC is represented in some ways, as well as POCs of different religions and cultures as well. Also write for the site. We have it. The site is literally blacknerdproblems.com if you ever want to go and check it out. I also edit or produce works on there sometimes. I mostly tend to do reviews of horror shows. The last horror show I did was American Horror Stories 8th season, I want to say, whichever one Apocalypse was. It wasn't the best, but whichever one that was. So, you know, it's like I said, it's really just nerd culture from a Black or POC perspective. I'm trying to think, is there anything else that I just really do besides that? I guess besides that, I'm always telling people like how horror or nerd culture can, you know, fit into the everyday life, and how much I enjoy it and like to talk about it.
And that matters, you know, that matters to be able to sort of encourage people to engage in their interests or maybe even expand their horizons. And I think it also matters, you know, that you have sort of that almost media arm to be able to expose other people to things they may not have been exposed to. I know there have been things that I've seen on Black Nerd Problems, you know, edited or written by you or not, that have really opened my eyes to different ideas and different programs I would have never known of otherwise. So it's always important. It's always important to be continually working to challenge people's perspectives. And then I think you also kind of really exemplify that in your classrooms, you know, sort of bringing in this bridge between, you know, whether it be the geek culture, the historian aspect, and of course, even some of these experiences that you have from movement spaces. So I'm curious as to how did you decide to bring all these seemingly disparate ideas together in one class?
Yeah, so C.R.L. James wrote how I wrote the Black Jacobins, and he's like, you know, you're not doing any thinking if you're not doing any speculative thinking. And so
I just have to jump in and say that is the intro quote to my dissertation, so I live for that quote every day, all day.
So I really embody. I really think that quote embodies like my practice as an educator, as an artist as well. But I also think that, you know, students really benefit from, you know, pushing text into, you know, what's possible. And so there's like a comic strip from the Boondocks, Aaron Magruder, and you know, there's this dialogue. Huey and Riley are standing in line to go and watch Star Wars, and you know, white dude is like, you know, why are y'all in line trying to watch Star Wars? And you know, and he's like, why? What would make you, you know, this young Black person interested in this? You know, story. And he was like, well, I think it's like an allegory for, you know, the social movements that are happening around the world, you know. And white dude is like, oh, I wouldn't have even thought that this was, you know, what your perspective was. And he was like, well, I would have, like, how insulting is that? Because I could have said that you like are a white dude who stay in the basement all day, you know. And so it's so interesting to use like that as a bridge in class to like talk about, one, how we might come to text and, you know, see them differently, and what we might learn from them as we are doing our, you know, literary analysis or filmic analysis, but also like how race functions even in, you know, the exchange that we see between people who, you know, oftentimes are like, oh, you know, y'all are not real fans of this, right? You're not real fans of this. And I think that, you know, sometimes that's even gendered in the way that people are oftentimes thinking like, oh, well, girls are not really gamers, right? And so these are part of what I'm trying to do is, you know, to bridge the gap between that, but it's also, you know, teaching critical thinking skills, and then teaching, helping my students to be imaginative about different kinds of text. And then, you know, sometimes we have to go into the very Afro-pessimistic with Derek Bell and Space Traders, right? And, you know, to hear the like conversations that come out of that, but they're also like referencing, you know, a lot of the, you know, thematic things that we're talking about as well. And so I don't feel like we are losing anything. I think that we gain so much through using different types of text in the classroom. And I think that the one that, you know, since it's already been brought up, the one that, you know, I'm really proud of this year is our discussion of Black Panther and thinking about the scramble for Africa, and the Benin conference, and seeing how they connect that to media representation, to some African survivalisms, to political structures, to militarism. And, you know, my students really took the wheel, right? They really took the initiative to really analyze all of that. And I said, it was very refreshing to see how they were connecting the text to also like the real world in history and the present. So I really appreciated that as well. So that's really why I bring it in, because I think that it's very imaginative and the possibilities are endless. And to see what my students end up creating afterwards, right? And they feel very secure in creating, right? They want to do, you know, surrealist graphic design. They want to do poetry. They want to do playwriting. They want to create music. And I think that also shows that, you know, these can, if you use aspects of the culture and you use what we call, right, culturally responsive teaching, then you know, you're engaging your students on a level that is, you know, they feel like it's theirs to own as well. I hope I answered every part of that.
You did, and eloquently, I may add. And in thinking about sort of like, you know, we talked a little bit about students and things, and I think Willie, you're in a kind of a unique position from, at least from the rest of us, to where for most of us, we've been able to sort of engage in geek culture outside of the classroom space, and then sort of bring that into our own day-to-day lives. But you have the unique opportunity, I think, to engage with it in classroom and to then bring it to the classroom. So I'm curious as to what it is that you feel like you've learned from having that ability to learn about and then sort of share geek culture.
It's been really interesting to sort of have that different experience of being in a classroom that's sort of built around this experience, and not only once but twice, because I had the pleasure of obviously taking you for Black Speculative Fiction at CAU, but I also shadowed a professor where I wasn't teaching the class, but the class was focused around pop culture with an emphasis on gaming. So it was really interesting to see how those play out from the student perspective. But one thing that I think is the most apparent for me, coming from the student perspective as well as the educator perspective, in terms of geeking with a purpose, is the way in which, and Theron sort of mentioned this a little bit when he was entering, the way in which it increases or boosts critical engagement. I think that was one of the things that made the biggest difference for me, not just in my academic life, but in my personal life and professional life. One of the biggest examples I think I have is that we think of the world a lot of the times in a binary, you know, good or bad, men and women, the hero and the villain, things like that. And a lot of the times in general fiction, it's very difficult to engage when we don't exist at either end of that binary, right? If you're not straight and you're not gay, where do you fit in the binary in that conversation of the story? If you're not Black and you're not white, where do you fit in the binary of that conversation within the story? But I think that fantasy fiction in particular, like I said, that's my favorite, allows us to sort of erase that binary, right? When you're dealing with aliens and you're dealing with monsters and you're dealing with witches and things that don't fit on the binary, you have to erase that idea from your mind. And that allows you to engage more critically because you're not looking at it from the singular perspective of your own experience. You're looking at it from a more objective perspective because you have to. It sort of forces you to engage with this work in these levels that you didn't, or you might not do on your own, because you're looking at that surface level. You're looking at those things that you relate most to, and not at those things that don't necessarily fit into what you already have experienced. So I think that's one of the biggest things for me from the student perspective. That being said, I think the second biggest thing for me in terms of having experienced it in the classroom versus experience it as an educator is that it has allowed me to hand over a bigger conversation to my students. I think that my own limitations have been sort of broken down. And that allows me to present things that challenge their perspectives, even if they're not engaging directly with geek culture. Theron and Kenny and Marcus, you guys can bring that into your classrooms and you do it very well, but I unfortunately haven't had the opportunity to do that because I've been very structured in how I've been allowed to handle my classrooms. So I have to find other ways to sort of create those conversations and create those nuances without outright using the texts and the comics and the videos and the films. But I think because I've experienced it from the student perspective, I'm able to do that in a way that frames it academically, but that also allows us to engage socially and culturally, which I think is really, really beneficial for students because it allows them to look at other things in that same way. If we could get people looking at normal works and at normal engagements, even nonfiction works, in a speculative way, we can then get them to move beyond their own understanding and seek out the greater meaning or the greater truth behind it. And I think that's the biggest thing that I've accepted from having been in those classroom spaces.
Yes. I think great breakdown. And it does sort of bring me to this idea, something that I've heard from all of you all's answers, all these sort of responses about how it is that you use this in the classroom as sort of a way to bridge gaps, whether it be that bridging that gap between teacher and student to kind of get them on the same level, bridge that gap between student and education, or just sort of bridge that gap between just people in general. This geek culture has been, again, this way to bring people together. And I'm curious, because this is something that we try to do, has there ever been any time where you've been surprised at how people have taken to, or maybe even not taken to, some of the things that you've introduced? I'm very curious. I see a bunch of people picked up here. I guess we'll just go in reverse and we'll go to Willie.
Okay, so surprised when someone engaged with my presentation of geek culture to them in a way that I was not expecting. I think the biggest example of that for me came not this past semester, but the semester right before. I was taking a class that dealt with short story writing. So I was working on a short story piece that was high fantasy or somewhat middle fantasy kind of deal. And I shared it with a couple of my students just to get some feedback as I made revisions. And of course, feedback is optional. You don't have to listen to me. I'm your teacher, but you don't have to do anything I tell you to do. More and beyond that, you don't have to do anything in your personal life that I've not asked you to do, obviously. But I was surprised after I shared the story or the draft of the story to have a student stay after to engage with me about the story. And they were asking questions. And I was kind of trying to figure out where the questions were going because they were asking me, my plans for the story, what the future of the characters were. And I was like, I don't know. This is a homework assignment. I'm just doing this, I'm doing it because I have to. And what shocked me to that response, they were like, well, if you don't plan to do anything with it, would you mind if I wrote a story with it? And I was like, what? Why would you want to write a story with this? This doesn't make any sense. And the student was just like, well, I really, really love fantasy. And I would have had no way to know that my classroom space wasn't designed for that. And the writing that the student was doing wasn't reflective of that. But in that conversation, we were able to find a commonality that I wasn't able to use to influence their work in class. And I saw a change in their grades. I saw a change in the way they engaged with me and the other students. I thought that was really, 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 really great. And I think that's a great way that allows us to sort of engage with our students in this sort of interesting kind of weird space where it's like cool, but not cool at the same time, because geekdom is cool right now, even though it wasn't always. So yeah, I think that for me was a moment where I was just like, wow, you didn't expect that.
Okay. Theron, any surprising sort of interactions with geek culture that you've experienced?
Surprising is really strong, but no, there was a moment so my students wanted to start an anime club this year. And, at first it was like, we really want to create this safe space, mainly for geeks. And, I was completely down for all of that. But, we ended up switching back to in-person kind of hybrid, really. So we only had a few students who showed up, and, during like the lunch break, they would like go and map out what they wanted the anime club to be, and they would put it on the board and stuff. And so like one of my students was absent during this day, and he was a basketball player. And so he comes back to class. He's like, "What's all this on the board?" You know, and you know they begin to start explaining, you know, what their ideas are and the fact that they want to have an anime club. And he was like, "Oh, that's some lame stuff right there," you know. And the student was like, "Yeah, but don't you like play the video game?" You know, and he was like, "Yeah, but you know, I mainly play 2K. I mainly play 2K." It's like, "Okay, so what type of movies you watch?" And so he gets into his movies, and then he ended up talking about Marvel. And so they were like, how you think that this is lame and you like Marvel? Like you like Thor, you like Thanos, you know? And really like there was this moment where he, you know, a light turns on in his head, and he's like, I really think that if y'all are gonna do this club, it doesn't need to be just limited to anime. It needs to be limited to like all different types of like, you know, fantasy. And then they start adding more things like music, and it really becomes this very beautiful way to bridge the gap, you know, between them as students. And I thought that was a really magical thing. I thought it was magical. I don't know if I was surprised though, because, you know, in the back of my head, that's what I wanted it to be, but I don't really tell students how to move.
Well, I think it's always a pleasant surprise when something works out in our favor. So it fits. Okay. So Kena, yeah, anything surprising or particularly interesting that you've experienced since you got in Greek culture?
I think probably one of the most surprising things is to find out how many people, even still now, really like Twilight. And the second thing I do, the first thing I do in class is destroy my children's, my students' childhood by telling them the real versions of fairy tales. Like, hey, you know, all of this is trash, right? Then I decided to destroy Twilight when I started talking about vampires and werewolves. Like, hey, you do know this is a retelling of colonization, right? It's like, this is all this is. It's a retelling of colonization. It's like, and then I point out like how it is and how Jacob is treated like a dog, and like literally Edward calls him a dog several times. I'm like, this is how colonizers treated Native Americans. Like, they made them wear clothes to come inside. Literally, the Cullens won't let Jacob come inside until he puts on clothes and shoes. Like, this is retelling of this. And they're like, I can't watch this anymore. I apologize. Sorry, not sorry. But I think that is the funniest thing and most surprising thing is when I tell them that, you know, Twilight isn't what you thought it was. And then also telling them that this is where 50 Shades of Grey came from. Like, the physical abuse that you see in 50 Shades of Grey is what Edward does to Bella. It's just on a mental level. And like, they just, I just destroyed for them. And it's just so funny to watch it break. But yeah, I think that's probably the funniest thing and the most surprising is when that happens.
It's always interesting to me because I mentioned Twilight and the 50 Shades of Grey sort of connection back in like Twilight's and 50 Shades of Grey heyday, and people's minds blown. So it was really interesting to see those reactions. But you know, hearing you all sort of surprising situations or just sort of interesting developments makes me think of some of my own. Like, I can remember probably one of the things that stick out most vivid to me is teaching just composition, doing something kind of similar to what Willie was saying, having to try to find the loopholes to bring in the things that I am most interested in. And the students were doing an argumentative style paper. And I had one student who was particularly just kind of there, doing what they needed to do, but not really engaging as much. But when it came to this, they stayed after class one day and they came up to me, and it was in a hushed whisper almost, as if, I don't know what was going to be said. But they asked me, like, I have an idea for my argument essay. That's okay. What is it? I want to write about how Goku can be Superman. Is that okay? Like, yes, go ahead, please do. Like, please. I would love to hear that because I agree. And, in putting that together, the student went all in. They, were evaluating, they said this is going to be set up in world tournament rules, evaluating the demonstrated limits of Goku's powers versus Superman's, and really did what they needed to do to not just kind of show their own interest in geek culture, but also show how they understood the work that had been put forth. So it was surprising, and it was also just really kind of demonstrative of just how integral geek culture is to a lot of people's lives. And again, it brings it back to kind of what seems to be the topic of the hour, using geek culture to bring people together. Like, this seems like something that we've been discussing a lot so far. And I think it also kind of brings in this idea of how we can continue to do so, continue to really kind of bring people together and continue to bring in these aspects of geek culture. And that kind of takes me to what I want to ask next. If you have any other plans, like we've talked about some of the things you've already done, do you have any other sort of ideas about ways possibly you want to bring or implement geek culture to continue to bring people together? Let's go with Theron. Any further plans on bringing in geek culture?
Yeah, I mean, I'm literally working on my sci-fi unit for my African American Studies class, like right now, and a lot of what I already talked about is going into it, as well as some environmental perspectives as well. And so, that is teaching wise, but like creatively as well. Like, I'm a poet and I'm a playwright. And so, I recently published, well, not recently, like now, but I published a piece in 2019 called Galilee, and it really underscores like some horror and alternate history themes as well. And then resurrecting an old piece that I started working on called Sweet Vessel, about an enslaved African woman who is essentially, lynched, right? That's not a thing during slavery, but she is, killed, and she resurrects into a modern day boy. Right, and so she shares a dual consciousness with this young male, and I think that for retribution's sake, and so those are some of the things that like I'm working through right now, and thinking about how to engage audiences outside of the classroom, because I'm also an organizer as well, and do cultural work in the community, and you try to use art to engage in conversations and dialogue and social change.
Hold on to that idea. We're going to come back to that. But Kenneth, you kind of brought up a couple of ideas about something you want to do in this coming semester with the African American Lit class. But any other sort of ideas, or maybe you want to go into more detail about what you're thinking for that class?
Okay, so, well, one of the good things I guess I can say is that I am currently on our committee to change our curriculum at the school I work at. So one of the things that we are doing is actively changing our classes to add more creative, or not creative, I guess you could say creative classes that I guess you could say following the geek culture, like having a comic book and comic class where you can learn how to write comics, and the end result is that you get to publish your own comic. Having more theme classes in our 1101s and our 1102s, so that we can bridge that gap and have students be more engaged. Right now, we're focused on things like media and technology, gender and sexuality, multimedia as well, and just trying to make college, especially English classes, more accessible to students, because one of the things that we as our English teachers, especially at the college level, are learning is that students hate our classes. Students hate English so much, and a lot of it is that for lack of a better word, most of the time in college we're teaching old dead white men, and that's it. And like, especially me being an HBCU, trying to sit up here and teach old dead white men to these Black students, they don't care about these people. So being able to bring in things that they are more interested in shows them like, hey, English isn't just that. And it's interesting. Well, I guess since not interesting in that sense. I used to work also at Kennesaw State, and Kennesaw State is literally where I started theming my classes around monsters and things like that. And as soon as I did that, students were so engaged. And I think that continuing that for me is very important. When it comes to my African American Lit class, probably I'm going to, because for me, texts are not just written on page. Texts are media things as well, like televisions and TV shows. I'm definitely, at some point, I am definitely going to bring in something like Lovecraft Country, because I think, though it has its problems, we will acknowledge that it has its problems. There are things in it that I think really can resonate with students. One of the things I have shown my students before is the chase scene in the Sundown episode, the first episode. It is always interesting to start right when Journey runs out, like, we gotta get out of here. Like, it's hilarious. But showing that, and then showing them being unfortunately chased by the sheriff at the end, like, brings up a lot of conversation. I've had students talk about how they maybe didn't know sundown towns existed, or they knew that sundown towns existed. In fact, when I lived back home in Mississippi, technically Clinton is a sundown town, or used to be a sundown town, and that's literally between where me and Theron were. Like, there's in Jackson, I'm in Utica. Like, Clinton right there is a sundown town. So it's a very, to show students that things like this existed and still exist, and being able to have that conversation with them is just great. And having a horror show like Lovecraft Country, showing them like, hey, this is a thing, while also being interesting because it has a horror aspect to it, is just something I think is great. And I really want to continue that with my classes, and as long as I can.
Okay. So I guess now that just kind of brings it to you, Willie, to bring us home. I think that's especially interesting because you talked about, wanting to kind of do some of the things that the rest of us have done. So I'm curious, when you get that chance, what are you looking to do?
Well, as you know, I'm working on my writing and things like that. So I think that's kind of a given. My fiction and, of course, my screenwriting. I think screenwriting is the big thing for me, especially with Black Spec. I feel like there's a big gap there that needs to be filled. You and I went back and forth looking for movies and shows that we could, and there was so few available and so few of quality available. So I think that's where my focus right now is sort of filling that niche with things that are quality, but also things that can be universally engaged with. Beyond that, that outside of like creative writing, I do a lot of professional writing, editing, and grant writing and proposal writing and things like that. We've already actually had this conversation, Marcus, but there are a lot of foundations and things that exist. And one of my goals is to help create different nonprofit organizations centered around speculative fiction or Black speculative fiction in particular, in order to create spaces for the teaching of Black spec and for the engagement with Black spec. So that is definitely one of my near goals. So definitely those things are where I'm trying to go in terms of geeking with a purpose.
Couldn't get to mute. All right. So yeah, I think that kind of brings us to the time. So we're going to just sort of end here, but I do encourage, those of us listening to us to to continue to work towards this, continue to take some of the things that we've talked about, because we really kind of focus in the classroom. I think one of the great things is that in talking about that, we mentioned some of the different ways that this can expand far beyond and really be able to be used to bring people together in any space. So I want to end off just sort of letting everyone watching know where to find you, where to support you. We can start, I guess, with Kenny, anywhere we could find you, support you, just maybe even just hear more.
Okay, so for the most part, you can find me, over at Black Nerd Problems, either on our Discord. I unfortunately don't have the link to the Discord, but just go to Black Nerd Problems on our Twitter or Facebook, and you can probably get to the Discord that way. My Twitter is Blue and Right, BLUNWRIT, the number 3, Blue and Right. If you ever want to, contact me there, and we can discuss geeky things at your leisure. So, yeah.
Willie?
If you want to get in touch with me, look at any of the things that I have going on, you can just hop over to my website. It is thewillyproject.com. So the Willie with an IE, not a Y, thewillyproject.com.
There.
You can just check me out on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. So my Facebook name is Theron Wilkerson, and then my Instagram and Twitter are the same, Coffee Boy, COFFE3BOI. So yeah, that's it.
And I can be found pretty much everywhere under Loose as a Deuce on pretty much everything. You tap in there and I will more likely come up. But if you want to get in touch with me directly, you can find me at mhaynes.org. That's where I have a lot of my conversations and a lot of just different information about geek culture. So hopefully you all have enjoyed. I know that I have enjoyed this. Thank you all for joining us, both the panelists and the guests watching at home. And we hope that you continue to enjoy SUBSUME. Thanks, y'all.